Hello, everyone, and welcome back. um, we hope that you've had a beautiful day. We hope that you enjoyed uh, your day thus far and that you are enjoying the videos. Um, Tonight, there's not going to be a lot of commentary. I'm actually going to get straight uh, into the information at hand. Last night, I said that I was going to show you what an agenda should look like. And that's what we're going to get into tonight. Tonight will be about the agenda and allow you to see, surprisingly, what it should look like. We have 137 houses of prayers. Now, with that in mind, in fact, 1 second, I'll be right back. 1 second. Okay. We have in our organization 137 congregations. And as such, here we are. E, F. And I was looking for one of our older agendas, but let me just share with you this one. In fact, that's not it. Give me one more second. One more second. Okay. Here we are. So this is the here, the General Assembly of 2023. Now, this was the year, my last year in attendance of the General Assembly. Now, I want you to pay attention because even though there's not a lot of information on here, there is yet quite a bit of information on here. Okay, so let me allow you to see it for what it is. Presiding, we have the Bishop and Chief Executive Officer presiding. And you have here General Assembly called to order by Mr. Howell, the National Representative. Now, already we have a problem. Here. Oh my goodness. Y'all not going to, when you understand just how poorly we have been running the General Assembly, you can't help but laugh. Okay? So I'm going to show it to you again, and then I'm going to explain why I'm laughing. Okay. Once again, General Assembly session of 2023. Presiding is the bishop and the chief executive officer. Okay, now you see, number one, General Assembly called to order by Mr. Howell, the national representative. Already we have a problem. Why? Because we just read on here that the presiding over the General Assembly is the CEO. Now, let me show you this. Okay. This is a sample official agenda. Okay. Annual General Assembly. Now, look at this. I need you all to pay attention. But look at this. Nationwide 501c3 nonprofit religious organization. It's just a sample agenda. And I need you all to understand everything in this. This is what they teach in business schools. I went to Wharton. Wharton Business School is the most prestigious business school in the country. Now, it takes, I think, $46,000 is the tuition for a 16-week course. 16 weeks, $46,000. I went there, I think I might have been there for 2 sessions, Wharton Business School. But I was not a student. I was working there. I was working there as a professional caterer and wait staff. But I said that to say this. There's a lot of information that you hear when you're at these schools in different places, especially workplace. But Wharton Business School, Stanford University, Cornell, they teach, of course, these things in business. This model literally came from the business classes and business organization assembled this model. This is just a model. But I want you to understand, look at how thick this is and how many pages. Okay. This is the agenda. This is the agenda. What should be the agenda for a board meeting / general assembly of a nationwide organization. I'm going to say this again. This is the agenda agenda of a General Assembly meeting or board meeting for a nationwide nonprofit 501c3 organization. And it's not just front and back. And so I'm going to go through this tonight to show you what an agenda should entail. So once again, we have this model, Annual General Assembly. Now, you see, this is what I put in. Representative Delegate Assembly Model. Example educational template. This sample agenda is designed for a large nationwide nonprofit, over 100 congregations, annual delegate assembly, multiple committees and subcommittees, and executive accountability, constitutional governance, and I didn't leave anything out. Formal parliamentary procedure under Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised. Okay? This model assumes delegates are credentialed, committees report formally, financial oversight exists. Okay? 1 second. And the assembly serves as the supreme representative authority. Now, this right here is the official notice of assembly. This is what would go out to the members of the General Assembly. The organization name, as an example, the National Assembly of the United House of Prayer for All People. The date, Friday through Sunday, that weekend. Location, National Conference Center, again, just an example, 601 M Street Northwest. Now, so that you understand, I'm going to turn it over as if we're getting into this meeting. And we're going to start this in a moment. I'm going to show you what we've been having in the House of Prayer and compare it to this. Okay? So, look at the top. Look at the top. Time. Registration opens at 7 a.m. Assembly called to order 9 a.m. Look at that. Presiding officer, chair of the General Assembly. That's the presiding officer. Why am I reading that? Why am I reading it? I'm reading it for a purpose right now. What is the purpose? Because our little tiny, our tiny agenda, this shows it's not even the full form. Our agenda starts right here. Right here. We have 3 lines. Order of business. Roll call, minutes, election of General Assembly Secretary, and benediction. Boom, you're done. That is it. This is your whole meeting for our organization to be held whenever the bishop does not want to push anything through the General Assembly, meaning that the General Assembly Secretary is going to have to slide it in on the floor. We'll read whatever we got to read to the people so that we can say that at least we read it. The people are not going to be allowed to talk about it. They're not going to be allowed to ask any questions like we saw in a previous video. I showed you that Mr. Cunningham cut the floor off. We're not going to entertain any more questions. We're not going to have no more discussion. And we have individuals being told what they're going to do and what they're not going to do. All of this is unlawful. It's all unlawful. So why did I read presiding officer? Here's my point right here. Y'all see this at the top of the page? At the top of the page, it says presiding. And then it says Mr. Bailey, Chief Executive Officer, presiding. And then it says General Assembly called to order by Apostle Howe, National Representative. We already have the problem, and it starts right here. We're going to get into it. This shows right here. "9 a.m. on the dot." Y'all see the words call to order, call to order, call to order. Now, who is calling the meeting to order? The presiding officer, the chair of the General Assembly. The purpose is to officially begin the assembly. So already in the United House of Prayer for All People, we have a problem. What is our problem? The problem we're having, before we even begin, is that we have a program. Now, I showed this already 4 times, and I did this on purpose because I know some of you are going to laugh right now when I tell you what the problem is. I've showed you this 4 times. We have a program that says that the presiding officer is the CEO. The CEO is the presiding officer, right? Presiding is the bishop, chief executive officer. Now, the General Assembly is called to order. The General Assembly is called to order by Mr. Howell. Why is the General Assembly being called to order by somebody other than the presiding officer? Why is the General Assembly on this page written to reflect that presiding over the General Assembly is the bishop and CEO? But yet, it's being called to order by the national representative. It's not even being called to order by the presiding officer. Now, already we have 2 things wrong. One, the person who's presiding over the assembly is not calling the meeting to order. So that brings us confusion already. The people don't know who the presiding officer is if it's not the person on the mic. The second problem is the presiding officer on this program is not even present. How can you be the presiding officer? How can you preside over the General Assembly if you're not even present? I'm going to let that sink in for a minute. All these years, year after year after year after year after year, you put on here, presiding is the CEO. But the CEO is not even present. So now they put on here that Apostle Howe calling the assembly to order. But then, by the time you get to the order of business, the roll call is being called by Mr. Cunningham. Mr. Howe just called the meeting to order, and Mr. Cunningham now going to call the roll. And then Mr. Howe does not come back to the mic. Mr. Cunningham stays at that microphone, and Mr. Cunningham is running the meeting up until the time that the CEO walks in the door 2, 3, 4 hours later. And then Mr. Cunningham says, we've gone over this, that, and the other. And then he turns it over to the CEO. Now, pay attention, because now when the roll call is done, here's the minutes. Of 2023. Minutes of 2023. And we waited approximately an hour and 10 minutes later, after the roll was done. Now, for the bishop to walk in. Now, when the secretary of the General Assembly, Mr. Cunningham, after he called the roll, first of all, he did not ever call the name of the CEO. That's a problem. And the CEO never answered roll. That's another problem. And so then the CEO gets there, and mind you, look at how much is already covered. Roll call is done. The CEO gets there, and then now they're supposed to have the minutes of the last General Assembly, which they waived it. And then the election of a secretary and assistant. And they had that. That took all of about 10 minutes. And then benediction. All these people from all over the country to handle business for this gigantic organization nationwide, 137 congregations, a whole lot of work to be done. But after we have roll call, then they waive the reading of the previous minutes. Then we elect the General Assembly secretary and assistant, and then benediction. You all have to see that this whole thing is fixed. You have to see that now. Now we're going to get into what a real agenda is supposed to look like. And again, we have I'm going to spread it out so you can see all of these pages. But so some of you just coming on. This is a real agenda, a model, rather, of an agenda for a meeting that is to be held for an organization of our size, front and back, to be held over the weekend. So now we're going to go through this one page at a time. Here, I'm going to read this with you all. That's why I'm doing this. I'm going to read it with you all. Again, I've read this already. I've shown you that part. I've read this already. Right? What the meeting is to cover. Okay? And I've shown you this already. The official notice. And it went out, and we're supposed to receive it, of the location of the General Assembly. Now, time, we've covered this, down to presiding officer. Chair of the General Assembly is the presiding officer. Right now, that's supposed to be our General Assembly secretary. He's supposed to be the presiding officer. Now, we've been running this with the CEO named as the presiding officer. The problem is the CEO not present. So you're calling a meeting to order without the presiding officer. You're having a roll call without the presiding officer's name on the roll. You're calling a roll call and you're completing a roll call without the presiding officer even being present. Do y'all see the problem here? How can you preside? You're not in the building. You're not considered late. You're considered absent. Every single year. Okay. Watch further. So now, this names and tells us what we should be dealing with. If you have one parliamentarian, an independent assembly parliamentarian. You have a secretary, national recording secretary. That's why we have the name. So the secretary has an assistant. Their job is to document the actions and the events of the General Assembly. But remember, our organization has not been using people in the capacity that they're supposed to be using people. So just like they've been using the general counsel, who has nothing to do with the governance of the organization, just like they've been using them as a board of directors, they've been using the General Assembly secretary as a kind of liaison. He's there just to pitch the ball to the CEO, who is the bishop. So it's really been designed to look like everything is legit, when the reality is it has not been legit at all. And now we're going to go through this entire agenda. Official purpose of the assembly. Now, remember, this is what you should be getting in the mail so that you will be prepared beforehand so that you will know what we're going to be talking about. Hello, Peace Abide. Hey, Jamal. You should get this in the mail, every delegate. And look at what it is, what it says. The annual General Assembly shall convene in order to do what? Receive organization reports, to review financial status, to evaluate executive leadership, to consider constitutional and bylaw matters, to review committee recommendations, to conduct elections if required, to adopt resolutions, and carry out all business properly before the assembly. This is for transparency. All business is supposed to be conducted in the open, not behind closed doors. And this is why it says properly before the assembly, to conduct all business. And if it's done that way, then the people will have a part to play. When my wife is just texting me. Okay. And now that the people have an agenda, they know what they're going to be talking about. They know what they're going to go over. Therefore, if they have any input, if they have any questions, they can prepare ahead of the meeting. Now, because it's a nationwide organization, only coming together one time a year, all the business at hand with over 100 congregations, is going to be a lot of stuff to talk about. So this is a breakdown of what it is that we probably would be talking about from the organization, all these individuals coming from these different states for the most important meeting of the year. And look at what we have. Opening at 7 o'clock. Opening business and governance. Day 1. 7 o'clock to 9 o'clock. Registration and credential verification. Because you have people that's coming from all over the country. 2 hours registration. Everybody get registered. Get in. Use what you got to use. Do what you got to do. See who you got to see. Go and have a bite to eat. Breakfast or whatever. Make sure you're back before 9 o'clock when we're going to start. People coming from all over the country. 2 hours to register. Okay? And this is going to be from 7 o'clock to 9 o'clock. Making sure that all credentials are approved. And that's going to be managed by the Credentials Committee and the Registration Subcommittee. Not set up by a bishop, but elected and nominated by a board or General Assembly. People that are neutral who's going to be selected and elected so that they can do that job. Now, why would you have registration and credential verification? In order to verify delegates, confirm voting eligibility, distribute voting materials, and to resolve any credential disputes. All of that is to be done within those few minutes of registering. Easy peasy. Done, out of the way. And you see, again, it's all organized and given to each delegate. 9 o'clock, what do we see? We're going to call the meeting to order. Who's going to call it to order? The presiding officer. Who is that? The chair of the General Assembly. Why is it that the chair needs to call the meeting to order? It officially begins the assembly. It is official. 9 o'clock, parliamentary instructions and assembly rules will be read. Why? Because there's people here that has no idea what's to take place because it may be their first time. And we don't know what your schedule's like at home. Sure, we sent you a packet, but maybe you didn't have time to read the packet. So just to be sure, we had the parliamentarian to go over that little bit of information. Doesn't take long. And they go over it at the beginning of the meeting. So we see at 9:05, the parliamentarian explains. What are they going to explain? Speaking procedures. They're going to explain motions, how to put a motion on the floor. They're going to go over the debate rules. They're going to cover voting methods. How are we going to vote? The different ways we can vote. They're going to also cover appeals procedures. Maybe you hear something that you don't like. They're going to talk about that. How do you go about appealing something that's on the floor? And they're going to talk about your rights as a delegate to make sure that everybody in there understands that you have rights. Nobody's going to bite your head off. Nobody's going to embarrass you. No one's going to humiliate you. That's what the parliamentarian takes care of, explaining all of those things. Now, what is the purpose? This ensures that everybody there understands that we're going to be dealing with this and we're going to be fair. We're going to have clarity when it comes to all of the procedures so that everybody understands all of the procedures and how to do everything that needs to be done. No questions asked because all the information will be in front of you. And a parliamentarian explaining all these will also ensure that we have orderly participation, that people can participate without feeling like they might be embarrassed, humiliated, or shut down. Okay? And all of that is to be done at 9:05 by a parliamentarian. Now, look at this. 9:20 a.m., 15 minutes to give the parliamentarian the time to go over what he's going to go over. 9:20, roll call and quorum report. We're going to have the roll call presented by the secretary and the credentials committee. They're going to have the roll call and they're going to let us know if we have a quorum set. The purpose is to officially confirm that enough delegates are present to legally conduct the business that needs to be conducted. Everything so far is clear and easy to understand. That's why this is done, so that everybody knows what's going on. Okay, let's continue. Afterwards, 9:30 a.m., adoption of the agenda. We're not going to just force you to discuss this agenda. No. We gave you something to consider before you arrived. Now that you've read it, hopefully, now that you've considered it, hopefully, You will be able to suggest changes or modify it or leave it as is. However, we're going to give you the opportunity to do that. So at 9:30, we have adoption of the agenda. The motion, I move adoption of the agenda. Someone gets up and says that. The purpose of doing this is the assembly formally approves the meeting structure, the business priorities, which things we're going to handle first, which things will be discussed today, which things will not be discussed today. But the assembly approves of these things. And they also approve of how much time will be allocated for that particular portion of the meeting. The assembly does this. Now, you see the timeline, 9:30, 9:45, you got 15 minutes, according to this, to do that in. And in reality, it might take around 10 to 15 minutes. 15 minutes is actually considered a long time to do that because all you're doing is putting a motion on the floor. You're getting a second. You're asking the people, are you ready for question? If they're ready for question, then you ask the question. All of those in favor of approving of the agenda to be followed on today's date for this General Assembly, let it be known by saying aye, raise your hand, or whatever the case may be. The longest amount of time for an assembly this large will be from them counting the hands. And that's what takes up approximately 10 minutes or so, counting a couple of 100, 300 people. But within that time frame, 15 minutes, that's more than enough time. And this is a guide. It doesn't have to be meticulously practiced, right? You don't have to, oh no, we got 2 more minutes. No, it's just a guide. And it allows all the delegates to understand when you come, this is your timeline. So prepare around the timeline. You'll see when we're going to start. So prepare to have breakfast before this, that, and the other. If there's any business you need to deal with, there's a lunch time and all of that is in here. So now adoption of the agenda is complete. So then we move on at approximately 9:45 a.m. We're going to have approval of the previous assembly minutes. This is where the minutes are going to be read. Okay? And they're going to be presented by the secretary. They're going to include the prior actions of the last minutes. What happened? What took place? What did we approve? What did we shoot down? All those things will be read. It's going to include the motions that were made in that meeting. It's going to include the votes that took place in that meeting, right? And it's also going to include look at that. Unresolved business. So by the time you finish reading and listening to the minutes, you will understand all the things that was done in the last meeting. And you'll understand the things that were said and the things that were put on the table and the things that's not finished we need to deal with first today. That's the reading of the minutes. And as long as, well, you'll see it here. The purpose confirms the official historical record. That is the most important thing about minutes. Because if the minutes are not being approved by the body, well, then the minutes are not being confirmed. And if the minutes are not being confirmed by the body as being true, and accurate, well, then we're going to have a problem if the minutes need to be pulled as a result of an issue that comes up in the future because they were never confirmed. And the longer you get away from the minutes, the more of a problem it becomes to confirm those minutes, because everybody that was present on that day may not still be alive. They may not still be in the same mental state, right? All kinds of issues. However, we have to still be able to confirm the minutes so that they can be used in the event that something needs to be investigated. So the sooner the better. One second, my wife again. Okay. So they need to be confirmed so that those minutes can be used in the event that there's an investigation. So once the minutes are approved, then we move on in the meeting to state of the organization address. Okay. And this is presented by the CEO. What in the world? The state of the organization? It's just like a presidential address. Just like when the president of the country comes forward and has a speech at the Capitol, or they may even do it from the White House. It is a presidential address, and it's to the union. What is the union? The country. The presidential address is one of the absolute most important speeches that people listen to throughout the entire country. And many people are listening throughout the world, because in that address, well, let me let you see what it says here. The contents of the CEO's report, the state of the organization, right? The state of the union, the presidential address to the union is telling them what is the state of the country right now. Where do we stand right now? This, before we do anything else, the CEO comes forward. What is the state of the organization to the delegates in the General Assembly? Why? Because the CEO answers to the people. The CEO serves the people. The people have entrusted the CEO with a job at an executive level to operate the day-to-day needs of the organization. You've been hired to serve a particular role. Know your role. Your job is to run the day-to-day operations and then have a report ready for the General Assembly when we call you to give us a report, so that we will know the business at hand concerning the organization, whether we need to do anything to make any changes, whether we need to sustain the things that we've done already, whether we need to modify anything, or whatever the case may be. The CEO gives that report to the assembly. Now, Devona, boom, right there is my point. Absolutely. I was just telling someone earlier today in a conversation they're on that yes, look at what Devona says. It's funny. We did all of this every single cabinet meeting. But then when it comes to the General Assembly, everything changes up. Yes, the General Assembly is no different. It is a meeting to handle business. You're not there to be singing, I love Addie. No, you're there to handle business. But they got us coming and sitting and getting dollars ready. He's here. He's on his way. He's on his way. He's on his way. Some people like, good, because I'm tired. The whole thing has been a joke. The contents of the report. The Lives of Him and Her says, welcome. Everyone, please subscribe and hit that thumbs up button to show your support. Don't forget to set your notifications bell to stay updated. Email address, we stand for right 2024 at gmail.com. Thank you so very much. The Lives of Him and Her. We appreciate you as always. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The State of the Organization address by the CEO, the Executive Director. Look at what they're going to talk about in their address. Okay. The CEO reports on, have we had any growth in the organization? Have we? No. Okay. Membership trends. What are the trends amongst the membership around the organization? Do we know? No. Ministry and program impact. How has the ministry across the board, from the pastors and the so-called ministers and elders, how have they impacted the organization? Good, bad, indifferent? We don't know. They give a report, the CEO, on the finances of the organization. It's in the organization's address. They give a report on legal matters. Do we have anybody bringing litigation against the organization or against the leaders? Well, we got one that everybody should know about. His name is Brother Lewis. No, you don't. Brother Lewis has not brought legal litigation or any other matter against the organization or even the bishop. Everybody should be happy, not upset. Don't be upset, be happy that I have not brought litigation against the organization or the bishop. When I say organization, I mean leadership. The House of Prayer as an organization has not done anybody wrong. It's only the leaders of the organization. It's only people who are serving in positions as officers doing people wrong. And then they want you not to come after them. They want you to go after the organization. And then they get off the hook. No, you shouldn't be going after the organization at all. You should go after them. And that's what the government does when they go after individuals that's doing wrong, especially in nonprofits. They go after the individuals. We even have rules that do not allow for individuals, they say, that have litigation against the organization, they're not qualified to be a delegate. All of that is to set people up so that the bishop will say, well, you know, this one right here is a troublemaker. He's a problem. No, they're not. They're doing what they're supposed to be doing, telling on you who's doing all kinds of things that you're not supposed to be doing. Okay. And again, let's get back into this. They're supposed to be given a report about legal matters. They're supposed to give a report about staffing and staffing issues. I need more staff, or we have too many staff members. I need to let some go, or we need an increase in the budgeting so that we can pay staff a better salary. Since we're at the end of the year, we need to give them an increase, maybe a pay raise. Does staff have benefits? Are they getting benefits? Do they have health insurance? Are they getting paid time off? Do they get leave? Do they get holiday pay? Do they get overtime? Staffing issues, strategic initiatives, property status. We have a lot of properties that need maintenance right now. All kinds of problems with the property around the organization. Another issue with property is, okay, what about the building department, the building fund? Are we building more houses of prayers, or are we building apartments? Are we building complexes? Are we building condominiums? Are we building single family homes? What about purchasing retail shopping centers? Property status report is to be given to the organization in the General Assembly. National projects. Do we have any national projects going on right now? What about accomplishments? What has the organization accomplished over the last year, if there are any? There's a fire right now that was just had in Hampton, Virginia. Well, did the organization do anything to assist those individuals that were displaced? Did the organization help out? Maybe a report can be given on that. And as a result, the organization received some type of humanitarian award from the city of Hampton. That would be an accomplishment. What about the wildfires in California that we didn't do anything for out there, all those people? That would have been an accomplishment. And then challenges of the organization right now. Where do we stand with challenges? All of that would come from the organization address given by the CEO in the General Assembly. He has a role to play in the assembly. His job is not to come walking down the aisle 3 hours late and then having the meeting turned over to him and then to tell him that what we've done so far, you should have been there to find out what the people were doing, because if you're the presiding officer, you're the one who's supposed to have been opening the meeting in the first place. But if you're not there present, then you're not presiding over anything. If you're not present at the premises or on site, you're not even, if you're not at the building, if you're not on site, if you're not inside the room where the meeting is to be held, then you can't call the meeting to order. If you're not there to call the meeting to order, then how is it that you're presiding? How can you be presiding if you're not even there for the roll call? That's why I talked about that earlier. Because if you don't answer the roll, now you're absent. Period. And because you're coming there 2 and 3 hours later, those few minutes of time while you're there, rushing through the meeting to get everybody out because the hour is late, well, we could have been and had the meeting and then got out before you even arrived, according to the little bit of nothing business that we've been taking care of. We could have took care of that. What, to elect a General Assembly secretary, waive the reading of the minutes, elect an assistant secretary? We could have done that within 20 minutes while waiting for you to arrive and then saved ourselves 2 more hours. But it's a joke for the members to be traveling from all over the country to come there for that. But our members did not know. Well, now we do. And now we learn that there is an organization address that's supposed to be given by a CEO to let the members know the state of the organization, and that the CEO is supposed to be reporting to the people. You're supposed to be reporting to us every single year. Let's continue. Here, we got some comments. Dwayne, hello, Dwayne. Correct the leaders. They know better. Hello, everybody. Everything is always covered up by these crooks. No one but the bishop is taken care of. Right. The bishop is the one that everybody's looking after, taking care of, scratching his back. And it has spilled over into the meetings. The General Assembly has been, as I've said, hijacked. That's the term I've used, by the bishop and the general council. And the people need to know, because it's been an absolute joke all these years. And the only time there's any business to be taken care of is when the bishop wants stuff done. And even then, we're not taking care of business, because all we're doing is giving a thumbs up and a yes, sir, to whatever it is that the bishop wants. That is not what the government wants from the General Assembly. And I'm going to get into that later, because you're going to find that that is the absolute worst thing that any organization can do, to be a green light button for the CEO or the bishop whenever they come into a meeting to get whatever they want. You're going to find that's the worst thing. And I'm also going to show you how that can easily backfire on everybody in the organization. I didn't say General Assembly. I said everybody in the organization. What's been going on in the General Assembly can backfire on everybody in the entire organization. I'm going to show you that later. But now here, Dwayne says, only the leaders take care of themselves. Right. Hello and peace to all from Wally. Very, very interesting. A stark difference with the agenda of ours and others. This has to be fixed. However, the spiritual side also needs to be repaired. Spots and wrinkles. Yes. When you fix the business side of a religious nonprofit, then it's all the more easier to fix the religious side. But if you don't fix the religious side, then the business side is definitely going to have problems. If you fix the business side, then that side, no issue whatsoever. But you got to fix the business side, because again, the business side is the side that hires everybody on the religious side. This is why you see outside the house of prayer, pastors are hired. Pastors have to pass a board of deacons. Ministers are hired. Ministers are hired and ministers are fired all day long out there. Their board will not tolerate and put up with any pastor coming in there telling them anything like Mr. Cunningham told us. I'm going to be here till the day he called me home. You don't like it? Get your hat, get your coat. There's the door. Out there, he would have never said that. But it's only because he knows that he's fixed the Constitution to protect them. And I'm going to tell y'all not to worry about the Constitution. I'm going to tell y'all how to fix that. Constitution is not a problem. The Constitution is not a problem. The entire General Council is not a problem. I'm going to tell you how to fix that too. All this stuff can be fixed in a matter of a few minutes. So don't worry about this stuff. Sit back, pay attention, so that we can clean this stuff up. Okay? Let me continue. I was about to tell you all something about the outside. I can't say anything, not yet. But anyway, look at the next step. Important governance principle. This right here is another report. This report is informational and accountable. It's not ceremonial only. The important governance principle is that this is not ceremonial. This is necessary for the CEO to give a state of the organization. What that means, important governance principle, what that means is that the president giving a State of the Union address, a presidential address to the country, giving a State of the Union address is not a ceremony only. It's ceremonial, yes, but it serves a huge purpose. Same thing as a CEO in a General Assembly giving the State of the Organization address. And this is when all eyes are on him. They come up and they read a script, a speech that they prepared, or a report, giving their report to the General Assembly, to the members of the General Assembly. That's how it's supposed to work. Now let's continue. This is not ceremonial only. The assembly, while the state of the organization has been reported, the assembly may ask questions. They can request clarification or refer issues that they've heard to various committees. Why do they get to do that? Because they're the boss. The General Assembly is the boss. And the CEO has to answer to them. If he does not, the General Assembly gets to tell the CEO, there's the door. Since certain things have been done certain ways, the assembly has every right, has the authority and every opportunity to easily do many, many things. And that's one of them. Here. Afterwards, 11:30. Now you find, here we are, 2.5 hours in, from 9 o'clock to 11:30. Now we have the treasurer's financial report. That includes an annual revenue report, annual revenue, expenditures, assets, liabilities, investments, restricted funds, property valuations, and audit summaries. Yes, that is a report that's supposed to go to the General Assembly because the General Assembly's job, remember, is to police the organization, to make sure that nothing fraudulent is going on, to make sure that nobody's stealing, misappropriating funds. They're not buying one box too many paper clips. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge, wink, wink. A lot of paper clips this year been purchased. Whole lot of paper clips. Now, where's all this stock for $118,000 worth of paper clips? See, all this stuff, you got to check on it. Because if somebody reporting $118,000 worth of paper clips and you only have 8 boxes of paper clips to be distributed around the organization, well, I know 8 boxes of paper clips didn't cost no $118,000. Now, how are you going to find this out if the General Assembly is not doing their job? Let's continue. Here, next, why Is the treasurer's report important? The financial transparency is one of the Assembly's highest fiduciary responsibilities. It is one of the biggest responsibilities given by the government. You had better know what's going on with that money. If you have a 501c3 and you have people that you've hired, that you have entrusted to run the organization, you better know what's going on with that money. Our problem is, well, no, I'm going to let you all find out later. Now, look at this. 1215. Audit Committee Report. This includes, this includes independent audit findings. Independent means outside agency, not inside, because you don't trust inside reports. Outside, you can hold them accountable and you can sue them if there's a problem with their report. But independent audit findings, internal control review, and financial recommendations and compliance concerns, all from the audit committee report. And why do you want to have an outside independent agency? Because they don't know anybody inside. They're not trying to scratch anybody's back. They're not trying to cover up anybody's misappropriations, their theft. I take care of me. I'll take care of you. No, they're not trying to do all of that. They have a job to do. They're going to get paid and they're going to be held to that job, or else they know that there's going to be repercussions. Right? But now we have that report out of the way. And the purpose of the audit committee report it protects the integrity, the accountability, the donor trust, and legal compliance of the entire organization. The audit report, it tells you what's going on with the finance. Besides the audit and the treasury, it tells you if there's any issues that they found, the audit, if not. But it keeps, most importantly, it keeps the integrity, accountability, and the trust of your donors, which could be members or outside, and legal compliance. Shows that you're being compliant to the laws of the regulating agencies. Okay. Here, look at this. Lunch recess. So far, in all my years of the House of Prayer, we have never, ever had a lunch recess in our General Assembly. People weren't dismissed to go and have lunch and come back. Not that I'm aware of. And the reason for that is because around lunchtime, we're still waiting on the presiding officer to show up. I'm telling y'all, people, this is messed up. We have to fix this. We better fix this. We better fix this and fast. Wally says, I remember our leaders terrifying us with the statement that you're better off robbing a bank than steal money from the house of prayer. However, the paperwork says otherwise. It's really sad. And you're hands down right on point. How is it that the members are better off robbing a bank than stealing money from the organization? If that's the case, then you wouldn't be stealing money from the organization. But they say that because they know, that there's a lot of money being circulated and passed around, going through different people's hands. More importantly, they also know that, one second. Thank you, Josh. When it comes to the theft in the organization, they're saying that because they don't want you to steal. And if you don't steal, well, of course, that leaves more money for them. But again, here's lunch recess. And then 1 hour, 2:00, come back. Look at what's on the table. Next discussion. Executive officer evaluation. Executive officer evaluation. Once a year now, members coming from entirely all over the organization to handle the business of the organization. And we've been coming year in and year out, expecting to do what? Sit there, wait for hours, hear men talk about it's a beautiful weekend. We're looking forward to the parade. We're looking forward to seeing Precious sitting up on the seat. We're looking forward to. It's all been a game and just a song and a dance. This is getting business done. And then after he gets there, for nothing to be done, elect the General Assembly Secretary and Assistant, and then bye-bye. A slap in the face, people. An hour lunch recess. And now, executive officer evaluations. What officers are reviewed? The CEO, number one. He is to get a review. The executive director. The chair of the General Assembly. He is to be reviewed. He gets an evaluation, he or she. The treasurer is to be reviewed. The secretary is to get a review. The national administrative officers. What? You mean to tell me that we have people at headquarters that can be evaluated by the members of the organization? Absolutely, 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 yes. Can you all imagine Miss Bonnie Malloy getting an evaluation from the members of the organization? Can you imagine Miss Brenda Hall getting an evaluation from the members of the organization? Mr. E.L. Thompson getting an evaluation? All of the staff members getting an evaluation from the organization? Telling you all. We have another comment. Janine, hello, Janine. Just coming in. What I missed? Oh, hi, everyone. Woo! You may want to go back. I know it's live is much better, and people don't want to miss the live. Or stick around now and then go back, because we're reading through what an agenda really is. So far we've read 6 pages, front and back, 3 pages, front and back, 6 pages of what an annual General Assembly agenda should look like. This is what we're covering. And now at 2:00 p.m., the first day of the assembly, we're looking at evaluations of the executive officers and everybody else. But again, you're welcome. But again, look at who's being evaluated. All these individuals: the CEO, the chairperson, chairman of the assembly, the treasurer, the secretary, the national administrative officers. Now, if there's a board, if the General Assembly decides to elect a board of directors, then they have the authority to do that. And they can set that board up and give the board of directors specific instructions, as well as the authority to carry out whatever instructions come from the General Assembly. And I'm going to tell you, most large corporations, nonprofits, organizations, most large organizations work with both a General Assembly in conjunction with a board of directors. So right now, we somewhat do that already by having a collective of congregations, right, discussing legislation, which is our proposals going out. That's normally referred to as legislation. They discuss it, they vote on it, and then it's passed forward to the proposals committee, or the General Assembly committee, but proposals committee, and then they tally up those numbers and determine whether or not certain proposals that are passed on into the General Assembly, they take them and pass them on. Others that did not get voted on by more than half of the organization, they're rejected. And then not only that, but the results of that count, that tally, should be sent to the congregations throughout the organization. They should tell you, well, we received the responses from the houses. This is the result. And an entire breakdown of the tally. That way we know going to the General Assembly what it is that passed as a proposal to the General Assembly and what did not. Now we can focus on which proposals made it to the General Assembly. It doesn't mean they're going to be passed there. It just means that they made it there. Because now at the General Assembly, you're going to have members that did not vote for the proposal back home. Now they're a delegate in the General Assembly. And now those same proposals are going to be allowed to have the members of the General Assembly discuss, deliberate, and debate on each one. And if it makes sense listening to the people debating against it, then overwhelmingly the General Assembly may vote against that proposal going into an amendment of the Constitution. This is how it's supposed to work. Well, some large organizations, most rather, they have both. Instead of going through a two-step process by having a General Assembly and congregations like us, they will have their large General Assembly. They will say, okay, we're going to nominate and elect members so that we can establish a board of directors, and we're going to give them certain work to do to make our load easier, because after all, we have a lot of work to do in this big organization since we're only coming one time a year. And it only makes sense to do that. So now they elect a board. The board knows that your job is to serve the General Assembly. The General Assembly's job is to serve the members of the organization. And both of their job is to do things that's for the benefit of the organization by serving its mission, not serving people. You serve the mission of the organization, which is why they got tax exemption status as a 501c3 in the first place. Everyone's concern is to be on the mission, not a bishop. Okay, so now the executive officers are being evaluated, right? The executive officers are being evaluated. These officers. Now we're going to look at what areas they're going to be evaluated in. What areas they're going to be evaluated in. Now, you're going to evaluate the assembly, all the people in the General Assembly. You're going to evaluate their leadership effectiveness. Has the CEO and all these other people been effective in their leadership? Are they effective? Were they compliant to the Constitution? Were they compliant? Did they adhere to the rules of the Constitution? We're going to look at their financial stewardship. How did they control or handle the money? How did they spend the money? Is there questions about the money? We're going to evaluate their transparency. When they did things, was it behind closed doors? Were there a lot of questions left open? Or did they do everything in full view of the organization? We're going to evaluate their mission performance. How much of your work did you get done to benefit the mission of the organization? You're going to evaluate their ethical conduct, their personal lifestyle, their behavior. But more importantly, let me backtrack. Their behavior and their conduct when it comes to how they treat people and how they dealt with their business transactions and how they maneuvered in the office of CEO or whatever office it is that they hold. Did they make ethical decisions? Decisions that show that this organization has integrity. Example, if somebody stole money and they reported the money with the organization, and it was discovered that the money that was reported with the organization was stolen, was there a decision by the CEO or whoever in these positions to have it investigated and then reimburse the company or the people who had money stolen from them that was reported with our organization? That would show ethical conduct is good. That person's ethics is of value to the organization. They don't want to return the stolen money. So, well, no, the organization benefits from that. We don't have to give that back. That does not look too good when it concerns that person's ethics. That is a number, I don't want to say one, but a high-ranking number when it comes to evaluation. Ethics and morals. They will be evaluated on their strategic leadership. How did they strategize the work that was given to them? How did they delegate authority? Did they abuse powers that they had? Also, it's not only here disciplinary recommendations. No. At the end of an evaluation, oh yeah, here. After the evaluation is given to the General Assembly, after an evaluation is given to the General Assembly, look at this. Disciplinary recommendations if necessary. The General Assembly has the right and the authority to discipline the CEO or any other officer if it's necessary. Or if they find it necessary, instead of disciplining, to terminate the CEO or any additional officer. If their evaluation scored high, then the General Assembly, of course, can give accolades to their stellar performance, their good performance, or whatever you want to call it. Give them an applause for performing well over the last year, right? But it's up to the General Assembly to determine which way they're going to go with that. Here, why this matters. It provides a healthy nonprofit. And a healthy nonprofit, right now, our nonprofit is very, very unhealthy. Our nonprofit has so many conditions that need to be resolved. This is an unhealthy nonprofit. A healthy nonprofit requires accountability systems to have evaluations of our executives that shows that we have an accountability system. It shows that we have independent review. It shows transparency, that we are willing to do what we're supposed to be doing as the organization's police, because the government cannot come inside and do this work unless there's a problem that was reported to the government. Okay? Now, 5:30-ish, day one adjournment. And it's on the agenda that we're not going to go beyond 5:30. And everybody's coming from all over the country prepared. 5:30, we're going to end the day one meeting, and now we can enjoy our evening. We can go out for dinner. We can go and enjoy out on the town. You can go out, family, whatever, out on the town, meaning literally out on the town. Just walking around, taking in the sights, enjoying time with your family, and just resting up for the night. Knowing that on day two, business and reform, and is going to reconvene at 9 o'clock. No registration at 7 o'clock because you've already registered for that weekend yesterday on day one. So the registration takes care of the entire event, and people coming from all over the country to deal with the business at hand of the United House of Prayer for All People as an organization. Okay? Imagine being on the business board of General Motors motor cars, right? And you come to Detroit, Michigan for an annual board meeting or assembly. Do you all think that they are going to give you a sheet of paper like this, and this is all you're going to do? This is the equivalent of maybe, if you don't add the roll call, maybe 20 minutes worth of work right here. All these people called from all around the country had to spend all this money to be at a mandatory meeting, having to pay fines if they're late, fines if they're absent, fines if certain ones don't bring their credential in order to put up with people barking at you, yelling at you, humiliating you, embarrassing you in the open, public embarrassment and ridicule. You think Detroit, Michigan, you're going to go into a meeting and they're going to give you this little piece of paper, and this is all right here you're going to do, and then you're going to adjourn, and you've got nothing done while watching the executive staff of General Motors stand up at the table, put on some white gloves, and sing a happy anniversary song to the CEO of General Motors. People are going to be livid. And I can guarantee you, some people are going to be getting sued. You will not find a board meeting where people are coming together to do no junk like this. We have been laughed at. So the next day, you don't have to register because you've already registered the day before for the entire weekend. We're coming to Memorial Day weekend in order to do a General Assembly. Here's another thing. As I look at this fiasco, I can almost assure you, that the entire Memorial Day services to come out that night for service Friday night, and then Saturday to have a parade, and then Saturday night service, and then Sunday morning service, I can almost guarantee you that that entire weekend is put together just to get the members of the General Assembly to not consider the fact that they put all that 2 months worth of work, pastors having house meetings, members being there for the house meeting so that they can nominate delegates, elect delegates, get the money together to get them airfare, train fare, car fare, hotel fare, money for food, to get to Washington, D.C., only to be there for 5.5 hours waiting for a bishop to walk in for 20 minutes and get them out and say, thank you for your service. You've done a job well done, and we'll see you next year. I can almost assure you that that's why they have service on Friday night. So the people are not going to Washington thinking about getting business done. They're going to Washington thinking about attending services. And what happens on Friday night? Love marches, money being reported, the whole program the bishop is collecting. Saturday night, love marches, some more reports, the whole program the bishop is collecting. And on Sunday, wait a minute, Saturday night, they take up reports on Friday night. Saturday night, there's no reports, but they do a display on Saturday night. And Sunday is service, but there will be love marches. There will be money being passed down the aisle during the programs, the musical selections, more money collection, more money collection, more money collection. And that whole weekend is just services and a parade. I'm sure it's to take up time. It's to consume time. It's to give the people something to look forward to doing and celebrate, so that the people will not come with the intention of handling the business of the organization. This is day 2 of handling business, of which the General Assembly Secretary has said, along with counsel, well, the bishop's time is too precious. We don't want to waste his time. The CEO, his time is what the members give it. This entire organization has been bent over backwards and has been at the beck and call of one man for over 100 years, while not understanding the responsibility and the obligation that's been given to them by the government of these United States to look at that man and keep him in check. That's the job of a General Assembly, but not to come forward so that we can bend over backwards to give him what he wants. Not to come forward so that we can say, well, we got to hurry up because Addie, he don't have a lot of time. He got to get ready for service tonight. Service is not priority. The General Assembly is priority over every single thing in the organization. Nothing stops, nothing prevents, nothing hinders, nothing pushes to the side. There's nothing in the organization that should rush any business at hand of the General Assembly. The General Assembly is literally the heartbeat of the organization. And this is why I believe these services have been set up so that the members will not have a clue about the business of the organization not being done. How many times have y'all ever heard anything whatsoever in the General Assembly about what it takes to have a parade? No business at all being discussed. Let's continue. Day two. Reconvene the assembly at 9 a.m. 9:05, we're going to handle old business. Old business. This includes unresolved prior motions. Brother Lewis's case is in 2023 minutes, which we're dealing with the amendment process held in the General Assembly of 2022. That would come up at this time. Deferred committee recommendations. We recommend blah, 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 blah. That were deferred until later, they would come up in old business. Previously tabled matters would also come up in old business. Why this matters? Because it ensures continuity. Continuity is where business is being taken care of and you're not forgetting it. You're not forgetting about it. It's not being put on the table and not getting back to. It shows continuity, continuous actions being taken where something is getting started and we're going to finish it. Remember, one thing at a time in a formal meeting. So you're not going to come up with one thing, then you're going to table it and you're not going to get back to it. No, continuity. That business at hand that you tabled will continue in the very next meeting. It's just like a TV show, right? Or a movie sequel. The sequel to the first movie is going to pick up right where it left off. The storyline. Same thing with old business. It shows continuity. And from there, it also shows accountability. It shows that the organization is being accountable for the business that was in the last meeting. We're not going to put it up and not get back to it. We're not going to put it on the table so that we can shut people up and get them out of here. We're going to pick up right where we left off. And it also shows completion of unfinished work. Now the organization can say we're getting things done. But if you start a topic and you don't get back to it, now we're going to have problems. So you deal with old things first, new things last. Okay? Now do y'all see that it has been intentional for the organization to not read old minutes. It's intentional. There's certain things they want to have covered up and keep it there. Look at this. 10 a.m., new business. 9 o'clock was old business. It's just a guide. It doesn't mean we have to stick to it. But this is how the whole weekend will be scheduled out so that everybody understands, okay, so it sounds like a lot of work, but we have time. We have a weekend to deal with that work. New business. This includes member resolutions. Any resolutions that need to be read, we're going to do it at that time. Reform proposals. Anybody that have a proposal that they would like to bring up to reform something. Constitutional amendments is done at this time. Right? At this time. Policy changes. This is when you bring it up to change or whatever. It doesn't take but a few moments. Structural recommendations. This is all new business. One thing at a time, but it's still new business until there's no more new business. Possible topics. Governance reforms. To change something in the governing rules or the governing bodies. Committee restructuring. To restructure a committee. Delegate procedures. Any procedures dealing with the delegates of these meetings. This is where they're handled. This is where they're discussed. This is where they're changed, or this is where they're set. Financial controls, all of that under new business. And look, leadership accountability systems. This is where we're talking about oversight of those who are in charge. How are they doing what they're doing? Okay. New business. Now, this says important procedural rule to remember: each item must be properly moved. That means a motion must be put on the floor. I move that, fill in the blank, that we open up the opportunity to discuss blah, blah, blah. I move that we establish a committee for blah, blah, blah. I move that we conclude the committee that we established last year for blah, blah, blah. Every item must be properly motioned or moved. Every item must be seconded. I second that motion. It's been moved and it's been seconded that we dismiss and discontinue a committee that we set up last year. Are you ready for question? Question. All those in favor? Or if there's a discussion, all those are you ready for question? Unreadiness. What is your unreadiness? Then you open the floor for discussion. After the discussion, you vote. Every item must be seconded. Every item must be debated. Every item must be voted on. Every single one. That takes time. Time is what we have been rushed through. We've not used a whole lot of time at all because the CEO did not want a whole lot of time being spent in this meeting. This is why I believe The CEO has always stayed put. I believe that the CEO has never been there on purpose and intentionally so that the people of the organization could not ask questions, could not hold him accountable to anything, could not put anything on the floor for emotion or what. I think that this whole thing, this entire time, has been intentional. Even if I'm wrong, we still know that the entire General Assembly has not been anything more than a song and a dance. It's been an absolute joke. We have not been getting anything done, and this has not been anything regarding governance of our organization. Here we have a couple of comments. Peace abide. All of this is great in the real world. No, no, no. This is the real world. I need everybody to understand. We are living in the real world. This is not make-believe. This is not a dream. This is the real world. This is what happens when people wake up to deception and manipulation and fraud. I'm glad that you mentioned that, actually. This is what happens when people wake up. When you find out that people have been cheating on you, doing you wrong, you've been in the real world the whole time. The problem is you have not been looking at certain things because you had no knowledge and you were not aware that you should be looking for certain things. And the members of our organization have not been looking at certain things because we had no knowledge that we should be looking for certain things. So we've all been in the real world, but we've been asleep at the wheel. Why? Because like a pilot, they can set the plane on autopilot and they know their destination, and the people in the back, they're just going for the ride. But how do you know when you get on a plane if a pilot does not fly to your destination? You're supposed to be going right according to the route that's been given them. You think you're on your way to Honolulu, and instead of flying right, they veer left and they start steering the plane going wherever they feel like taking you. And they land in an island somewhere on the other side of the planet. How do you know that that island is Honolulu? You don't. You assume it is because they tell you that's Honolulu. You don't know where the pilot's taking you. That's where we've been. We've been on the plane, but the pilot been flying us anywhere and everywhere they feel like. We didn't know it. Now we're being shaken awake. Now people looking out the window to make sure they see certain landmarks, to make sure that the route is accurate, to make sure that the pilot is going in the direction they're supposed to. Now we are learning at this time to keep an eye on that pilot. We're supposed to trust, yeah, but verify. We haven't been verifying anything, right? So this is where we are. I'm glad you made that comment. Thank you so much for that. But all of this is great in the real world. But how are we going to be able to get this implemented in the house of prayer? They too busy disciplining the members. Yeah, don't worry about any of that. Everybody, listen, I'm going to say it again. Don't worry about anything pertaining to the General Assembly. Let me put it like this. If you were a delegate, would you be worrying about the General Assembly? Most of the people that are questioning, well, what's going to happen in the General Assembly? Or what are the people going to do in the General Assembly? Or are they going to stand up? Are they going to speak? Most of those people are not going to be in the General Assembly. These videos are for the people who are going to the General Assembly to prepare them for the General Assembly. But these videos are also for the members of the organization to make you all aware of what has not been happening that should have been happening, right? So now we're seeing all these things. They haven't been, what in the world is going on in the house of prayer? That's exactly where we want you. We want you there. We want you right here where you are. This sounds great in the real world, but how are we going to get? That's exactly where we want you. That's where we need you. This is why this information is coming. But don't worry about there's much more to come. This is the prepping phase. General Assembly is not until next Friday, right after tomorrow, next week. By the time we get there, the members, okay? So y'all sit back, enjoy the ride, enjoy the flight. Got peanuts. We got ginger ale, root beer, Sprite, non-alcoholic beverages, but enjoy the flight. Look out the window. We have a couple of movies that's going to be showing. Just sit back and enjoy the ride. But thank you so very much for that. A lot of people, that's on their minds. Peace abide, praying for change. Yes. A lot of people also praying for change. But again, don't let this stuff, this is the very first time throughout the organization that we're hearing this information, right? So we're grateful and we're glad because we see our Father at work. But thank you for that. Good evening, everyone. I have some of the board members that I'm currently serving on watching this video. And they just can't believe this corruption going on from a CEO. Yeah, like I said, right? Y'all are seeing it real time. We have people that are on boards and they don't believe this. I said this last night, real time. Wally says, all it takes is for one bold member, that part, to stand up with a proposal of an issue. Then we just need another bold soldier to second that part. Now, I'm going to add this. They don't even need to be bold. I'm going to show you that the most timid member in the house of prayer, you can be the most timid, most scared. And when the time comes, Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary, Chair recognizes the member. I move that we with the approval of the assembly. I second. Now it goes forward. You can be scared, you can be nervous, you can be embarrassed, you can be shy, timid, but it goes forward. Now they have to entertain it. Now, why would people do that if they're shy, timid, and nervous? Because they're going to know that nothing's going to happen to you. Nobody's going to pull out anything and bludgeon you with it. You're not going to feel none of that. Right? Nothing's going to happen. Nothing. We have been trained to fear these men because of the stuff they've been doing. But now, trust me, these people are terrified because now they know that members are waking up. They know that. And so again, we have 280, 290-ish people that's going to be there. And we have maybe 340 people that's not going to be councilmen or more that are not councilmen. One person makes a motion, the second person puts it a second, and then the floor, they got to read it out and people vote. And I'm going to tell y'all, there's more than one way to vote. So By the time next week, listen, y'all see my face? Don't worry about it. it it's all good. uh, thank you for that, Wally. Um, One bold soldier the second. It should be on from there. But I fear how gangster these men could be. Yeah, they can be gangster. Absolutely. But they can't do anything in that meeting. Nothing. They have to sit there and watch whatever happens. Okay? So listen, I've been dealing with these people for the longest and over 40 plus years. It's all going to be good. Baby Blue says, um, the board that I currently serve on meets every third Monday of each month, not once a year. And these members of the board that I currently serve on understand why the corruption in this organization. Yeah. And a lot of people looking at this, they get it. If they understand that the people are asleep, then they get it. Clarification, I don't fear. No, anybody who talks about fear, I'm not going to assume, and I don't believe that you're insinuating that you're being afraid. Whenever you talk about fear, I'm going to take it and address everybody out there. I don't think that you're afraid simply because you're commenting. People who are afraid generally, they don't comment. A few might, but when you comment, I'm taking that as you being bold and saying, I'm afraid, not of anything, but I'm afraid that people in the position won't do what they need to do. That's how I take it. So again, I generalize everything here because I know that there's probably another 500 to 1,000, if not 5,000 other people with that thought, and they're genuinely afraid, even though you're not. So I take it as a pitch. You pitch me a ball in the comments, I'm looking to knock it out the park. It might get to first base, but my hope is that other people online actually hear what it is I'm saying as it's not being addressed to whoever's commenting it. I hope I'm answering your question, whoever's commenting, but I'm taking your questions to actually amplify your thoughts to all of the listeners and the viewers to satisfy their curiosity. Okay. But thank you for saying that. I'm concerned for this is a livelihood for a lot of them. They've been stealing for years, not something easy to surrender, plus embarrassment. Yeah, but this is why a lot of politicians resign. This is why a lot of criminals go into hiding. When they see the handwriting on the wall, they get ready to get out of Dodge, right? I mean, right now we have people trying to retire, trying to get out of headquarters staff, right? We hear about people saying, "Okay, I'm getting ready to retire now. It's time to go." Right? It's like the piano player, right? In Color Purple, when when Sweets smacked Miss Sophia, the piano player said, "Oh, time to go," and he get ready to hit the door because that's a sign. It's getting ready to get turned up in here. Sweets just smacked Sophia. Miss Sophia, that piano player got out of Dodge. He's not gonna sit around to watch whatever happens. Some people see the sign on the wall. They're not telling the members of the organization, but they're trying to get out of Dodge. So anyway, my point is that all the things that we're covering now is so that we can prepare the members. Thank you for that, Wally. Baby Blue, this organization has two entities, the church and the organization. Right. The church is what is the General Assembly, not the organization. Yeah, there's people from this side who's sitting in the General Assembly. That's exactly right. Exactly right. What we're doing is trying to tweak their thinking to get the mindset off of the religious side and looking at the bishop. This is what Baby Blue just said. I'm going to show y'all. Easier said than done. This is what Baby Blue just said. Right here. Right here. Presiding. And what do you see? Wait a minute. Presiding. What do you see? I showed this last night. Bishop and chief executive officer. So the bishop is on this side. That's the religion. That's where the believers in the bishop is. The General Assembly is on this side. That's the business side. So what they do, of course, is their hope is to get church members who believe in the bishop. Their hope is to try to get as many of them as they can to come over here to the General Assembly that handles the business of the organization. Why? Because if they can get the people to see who's presiding as the bishop, they don't want the people to see who's presiding as the CEO. They want the people to see them as the bishop. That way, the people will do whatever the bishop wants. But these videos is to show the people that your bishop is not in the General Assembly. The CEO is in the General Assembly. But the bishop has been posing as a presiding officer because the presiding officer is not even there when they open up the General Assembly. So what I'm saying is the entire time they've been in the wrong. They've been breaking the law. They've been doing everything they can to skirt around the law and giving you all, the members, the impression that y'all's job is to come and do whatever the heck we tell you. We tell you to vote, you vote. We tell you be quiet, you be quiet. We tell you to sit, you sit. We tell you to stand, you stand. But now I'm preparing every single delegate in this General Assembly to be like these people. The General Assembly of North Carolina. These people don't walk into a General Assembly and stand whenever they're told to stand. They don't walk in a General Assembly and sit when they're told to sit. These people, they're not going to speak when you say speak and shut up when you say shut up. These people, you tell them to do whatever you feel like and see how that works and rolls over with them. The General Assembly of the state of North Carolina, they know that when they walk in that door, they are the boss. You listen to them. If you don't want to listen, no big deal. You're gone. Simple, period. We can fix that real easy. That's what's coming in the house of prayer. And if the people of the house of prayer don't get these lessons, if they don't understand after I'm done with these lessons, then I have failed. I'm an exceptional teacher. And in my mind, I need to make sure that anybody I'm teaching, they understand the information. So our members need tweaking up here to not understand that they've done wrong, but to understand rather that you've been lied to. You've been told that when you go into the General Assembly, they're in charge. You're going to learn that that's not true at all. You're the one in charge. And the more they hear it and the more they see it, a transition is going to change. Because they're seeing that the leaders have been lying for over 100 years. The leaders have been deceiving us for over 100 years. At some point, we have to believe that our members are not stupid. At some point, we have to believe that our members are not stupid. We've been acting like we don't know any better, but our members are they're smart. They know, even though they don't act like it, a lot of us, they know that the leaders have lied. They know that the leaders have manipulated, but they're not stupid. So looking at all this information, they know what's going on. They know what's going on. And by the time we get done, they're going to understand that the law of the land, the government, they're waiting for the people to wake up. They have the people's back. They don't have the leaders back. And because they're expecting the people to hold the leaders accountable, by the time we get done, the people will understand that your job has to be done now more than ever. Because if they come and they find all this corruption, and y'all have had every year a chance and another chance and another chance to hold these people accountable for this corruption. And now we can't say that we don't know, because this is over 530 videos later. The General Assembly cannot say that they don't know that the members of the leadership of the organization, they can't say that they're not corrupt. They can't say that they're not doing things wrong. They can't say they're not doing things out of order. Now we all know. And outside, they're going to ask one question: what did y'all do about it? And that's all they're going to ask. What did y'all do about it? All this y'all know, what did you do about it? And if nothing was done about it, not only are they going to turn their attention on them, oh, they're done. But now they're going to look at you and hold you accountable for letting them do what they're doing. This is the responsibility of the General Council, which is why I've said all this time that they're at fault, because they've allowed the bishops to do this. They've protected the bishops while they were doing this, and they promoted the bishops still while they were doing this. The pastors are at fault because they knew that the bishop was in the wrong. They knew that the laws are not being followed. They knew that they're going out to the members to get the members to give money to give it to the bishop. You've now taken this organization and used this organization for your own personal gain as a CEO. And everybody under you, this General Council, the pastors, the General Assembly Secretary, the General Assembly Secretary staff, and the staff of the headquarters, everybody in here in any kind of position is serving at the pleasure of the bishop. You've taken a nonprofit and converted it. And the government of the land, when they come and find out, their one question is, why did the General Assembly allow this to happen? And now you're in the unique position to call an end to all of it by doing what? Putting a motion on the floor and voting? That's the easiest thing in the world. And what I'm trying to get everybody to understand is, if the members don't get that, then they won't do that out of their intimidation or their fear. But I don't believe that the delegates of the House of Prayer are intimidated and too afraid when they're learning the law says you don't have to be afraid. We're here waiting on you. And when we come in, we're going to support you. We're going to back you up. We're going to come and confirm and verify every single thing you say. We dare them to not listen to you. We dare them to have a problem with you. We dare them to keep trying to put fear in your heart. We dare them to try to intimidate you. We double dog dare them to try to make up new rules to put fear in there so that y'all don't come into the General Assembly and do what you need to do to hold them accountable. We double dare them to do that. If they do, y'all don't worry about it. We're going to handle it when we get our hands on them. But at least you had better do what is within your power, your authority, and your right, as well as the expectation of the United States government to police the people that you all have over you. If you don't police them, then we're going to hold you accountable. And all the members of the House of Prayer, they're going to be sitting back. But the General Assembly, the delegates, it is the expectation and it's within your power. I think that many delegates are getting excited. I think that the delegates are getting excited because for the first time, they're going to go down in history for fixing this organization. They're getting a hand in something that is monumental. The delegates have the opportunity, and for the first time ever, the leaders are shaking in their boots because now they know, especially after last year's fiasco, when they brought all that security, when they took people's cell phones and watches and eyeglasses, they now know. They now know. This is the third year. So the delegates, what I'm saying is, there won't be another year where they have the chance to travel around the organization and bark and yell at people. What is it that the bishop is doing? What does he do to serve the organization? Literally, the only thing he does is travel from city to city to city to city, sit in a service, and take people's money. And then he gets up to talk and say words like, I'm God, I'm his son, I'm the greatest man on earth, I'm the prophet of the day. You got to hear me, listen to me, and let me take all your money and you'll be blessed. That is all he does. Every one of them have just traveled around and sat in a service while taking money. Y'all don't see meetings being had with the people to get any business done. This is the one meeting where the people are in control. And they know that. I'm going to tell y'all this too. When the CEO comes in, he's not even supposed to be sitting up in that chair. The CEO is supposed to be sitting down on the floor. Those men, the councilmen, they're not even supposed to be sitting up in the front. They're supposed to be sitting back in the pews. Listen to me. When we get done, you all are going to understand clearly why I keep saying, don't worry about the General Assembly. So just keep paying attention and watch. Baby Blue, peace abide. You asked the question, this is true in the real world. How is this going to change in the United House of Prayer, the religious part of this organization? Okay, let me come back to the comments after I get through this. No, it's not that many. Oh, yes, it is. Let me come back to the comments after I get through this. Okay, so that's day one has adjourned. Okay, so new business, important procedural rules. Okay, so now we have here, day two. Okay. Now we have on day 2 this. Constitutional revision session. There is a constitutional revision, but there's not a constitutional revision committee that is to be appointed by a bishop. If there's a committee, it's supposed to be appointed by the people. If the committee was not appointed by the people, and if it was appointed by the bishop, then it was done unlawfully. And therefore, it can be challenged. And since it was done unlawfully, and we have irrefutable proof that the Constitution Revision Committees under each of the bishops have never been put into place by the people in the General Assembly, now every single one of them can be challenged. And if the Constitution Revision Committee can be challenged, then that means all of the actions that resulted from the Constitution Revision Committee can also be challenged. And if the actions that came from the Constitution Revision Committee can be challenged, and if it is challenged, and it is also discovered that yes, the Constitution Revision Committee was indeed assembled and put into place by someone other than the General Assembly, of which the General Assembly did not give the power to that someone to set up a constitutional revision committee, well, now everything they've done can be removed. Again, this is simple, but we need to understand the process. And many people's questions are coming from them not understanding the process. So we're looking at the end result, the end. But we're not understanding, well, what happens between now and the end. And that's why I think some people are having questions about the outcome of what delegates are going to do or what they're not going to do. So let's continue here. Constitutional revision session. This session is led by, look at that, the Constitutional Revision Committee. It's supposed to be done by the General Assembly. It's not supposed to be done by a group of people, 5 people, who go behind closed doors in secret meetings and then report to the bishop, the CEO, and then the bishop approves of whatever they say, and then he says, okay, let's do it. And then send off to have people print up the books of the brand new Constitution with amendments already printed in it, signed by the bishop, signed by the General Assembly Secretary, and now you have a brand new Constitution before they even have the General Assembly. And now the only trick is you got to get the people to come in there and vote in favor of it. Well, when all of that is reviewed and examined and it's proven that it was illegitimate, that the people had no knowledge of what they were really voting on, that they did not deliberate, they did not debate, they did not read one thing at a time. They threw the whole kit and caboodle in one vote. After just reading through it, nobody talked about it, got a vote on it, 47 amendments, boom, done, yes, woo! Another General Assembly survived. and they went back to Portal Drive and they partied. They partied. Why? Because they got by the members once again. It's not going to happen anymore. The revision committee comes from the assembly. Now, look at this. What is the purpose of the Constitutional Revision Committee? The purpose is to review outdated constitutional language, amendment procedures, governance structure, fiduciary safeguards, and membership protections. Membership protections. Where has the Constitutional Revision Committee included membership protections or fiduciary safeguards or governance structure inside of any of the things that they've done? They haven't. What I'm telling you all is it is way too easy to pick this apart. It's way too easy. This is way too easy. And since it's way too easy, it's easy to establish the fact that at the findings, the conclusions of a review of the Constitutional Revision Committee's actions, as well as their selection by bishops, which we have in writing, it is easy to conclude that all of their actions to our constitutions can now be rescinded. That means done. And we're going to show you how to do that too. So what I'm telling you all, people, listen, when people break the law, it's easy to undo what they've done. The difficult part is not undoing what they've done. The difficult part is proving that they've done something illegal. That's the difficult part. But the members of the organization don't have to worry about proving that they've done something illegal. I'm already proving it. So the hard part is being done already on video. I'm showing all the evidence. I'm giving all the facts. I'm showing documentation from the membership's literature that's been given to them by bishops. I'm showing them that law books are not actually law books. These are orders written by men that did not put this paperwork through the organization for it to be voted on and ratified by the governing body known as the General Assembly. So since they failed to go through due process, then the conclusions of their actions are all null and void. They're unlawful. And once that is demonstrated, the committees are done. The General Assembly can vote on it and eradicate it. But this is what we need. This is what we need everybody to understand. There's nothing that has been done that cannot be undone. And so members of the General Assembly of 2026, understand, we're going to give you so much. Y'all going to have tool after tool after tool. You're going to have knowledge and understanding of how this thing works. Okay. And the more we give you, the more I talk to you, the more I show you, the more it causes them to shake in their boots. It's causing them to be terrified. So let's finish. I have a little bit more to show you, and then we'll go ahead through the comments. And again, understand, this is an agenda for an organization our size for one meeting. So the entire weekend, the General Assembly should be taking place. So in other words, if they want to set stuff up for the religious side, go ahead. Y'all can have your services. Y'all can do whatever else y'all want to do over there. But over here, we're handling business. Put it like this. What happens during convocation season for every member of the organization, the House of Prayer? What happens during convocation season? While service is going on Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night, aren't men still sitting in the council? Isn't people still sitting in there handling business? Aren't they still in there entertaining individuals coming before the council? They're not worried about service because there's business that needs attending to. The General Assembly is the biggest meeting. But we've been duped into believing that people come from around the country to be sitting in there for 20, 30, 40 minutes with the CEO, and that's it. We talked about nothing. Nothing. We watched council sing a song. This is what I'm saying. People are waking up. So here, the Constitution revision session, for those purposes, they come together. Not for the purposes of protecting the bishop, right? But for the purposes of what I've just read. Here, look, this is the important lesson of understanding the Constitutional Revision Committee. Major constitutional reform should involve member participation. This is where the constitutional revision comes in. The members participate from the General Assembly. Major constitutional reform should also require advance notice. That's why it is to happen from a General Assembly. It's supposed to be put on the agenda to let the people know what they're going to be talking about. And major constitutional reform should follow supermajority voting rules if required. Supermajority meaning from the General Assembly. From the General Assembly. Not from 5 people. Okay? So what I'm saying is this whole thing pretty much done. Listen, look at this. 1:30 p.m. Lunch recess on the second day. 1 hour. You all go and eat. Enjoy fellowshipping with the brothers and sisters from around the organization and come back at 2:30. Committee and subcommittee reports will be given at 2:30. Committee and subcommittee reports at 2:30. Okay? Now, pay attention. We have this left. Examples of the committee and subcommittee. Finance committee, and they're going to be dealing with budgets. This is all coming before the General Assembly. They're going to be dealing with budgets. On the Finance Committee, they're also going to be talking about reserves. What monies do we have on reserves? What about investment oversight? This is coming from the Finance Committee. Here you have another committee, the Property Committee. What about the buildings? What's going on with the maintenance? What about acquisitions? Properties is being purchased or sold. Here you have another committee, Membership Committee. What? A membership committee? Yes, a membership committee. And look at what they should be dealing with and talking about. Leadership training. No, 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 no. Congregation growth. Congregation growth. How to grow a congregation. Delegate representation. We have education committee. Leadership training. Do we need that? Absolutely. Curriculum. What is the curriculum for leadership training? What about publications that's going to be used? What about missions and programs committee? Outreach, charitable work, program evaluation. All these things is what we should be talking about already. We continue, and why committees matter. The committees allow specialization, meaning for a group of people that the General Assembly nominate and elect to put on a committee so that they can deal with one single thing at a time. People who's going to be specializing in dealing with the building project or the acquisitions project or the disposal project or the maintenance project or just education in the training of our leaders project. They're going to specialize in one simple thing for each committee. The committees allow for efficiency. How is it going to be efficient? Because the committee is only going to be talking about that one thing, a group of people dealing with one thing all over the organization. So now you have 15 things getting done at the same time because you have 15 different committees handling those 15 things. And each group of people dealing with that one thing. It allows for deeper oversight. Right? At 4:30, what else are we going to do? We're going to have elections if it's required on the second day. And the elections are going to include officer elections, council elections, committee confirmations. Look at the principle behind this. The principle behind this. Elections should be transparent. Nothing being done behind closed doors. Elections should be fair. They should be credentialed. And they should be independently supervised. Now, we're going to move on at 6 p.m. What happens? Day 2 adjournment. Right? You have your evening. Enjoy the evening. This is Friday, Saturday. Now, you're going to come back on Sunday. Enjoy your evening. Do whatever it is. Be ready to handle the remainder of the business at hand. Here. Day 3, future planning and final actions. Why? Because this meeting is held one time per year. You're going to plan for the future for the next 12 months because we only have one meeting. 20 minutes with the CEO and we've done nothing? Are you serious? In this great big gigantic organization with a sole trustee who making all these decisions? Is the bishop taking care of all of this work by himself? How's he capable of doing it? He's not. Which is why a lot of the properties are going down. which is why a lot of work is needed all over the organization. All over the organization. So, again, 9:00, strategic planning session. This is for the General Assembly. This includes long-term goals. That is not for the CEO to determine or decide. Long-term goals is for the governing body to determine. Expansion plans. That's for the body to determine. Financial sustainability. Leadership development. Organizational priorities. That's for the body to determine. Why does this matter? Because healthy organizations, what do? They plan ahead. They evaluate risks. And they align all of the operations of the organization with its mission. (10:30), the adoption of final resolutions. This is for the people to do. For the people to do. This includes committee recommendations, policy statements, reform actions, implementation schedules, when to carry these things out, when to implement them throughout the organization. 11:30, implementation and oversight session. The assembly establishes deadlines, responsible committees, reporting schedules, and follow-up meetings. The committee that the delegates in the General Assembly put together, those are the ones that deal with this. Here's your example. The Governors Committee shall present constitutional revision drafts within 120 days. Now, why is this critical? Without implementation structures, reforms often fail. Motions are forgotten. An implementation structure means as soon as we leave this meeting, we're going to get started on this work. If you don't have an implementation plan, accountability disappears. Okay? 12:00 p.m. on the third day, this is the third day, scheduling of follow-up assemblies. Okay? Recommended quarterly council meetings. Annual General Assembly. Set the time and date. Special reform sessions if necessary. These are all the responsibilities of the General Assembly, not one person. Now, look at this. 12:30, final announcements. 1:00 p.m. on the third day, adjourn. Motion, I move to adjourn. A second required, a vote is taken, and here, look at this part. right here, important governance principle to remember. Formal meetings require a formal closure. This officially ends debate and authority of the session. What does that mean? At the adjournment of this meeting, it ends all debate about these topics. And it ends the authority that the delegates have to represent the organization. It's important to know that, because a board captain, the captain of the board, they only have authority in that board meeting. They don't have authority outside. A delegate only has the power in that meeting to question leadership, to examine leadership, to review, to evaluate leadership. That power is in that meeting. Once the meeting is over, well, now the power is gone. Their power is gone. Look at this. And pending business, unless carried forward properly, is done. It's over with at the adjournment of that meeting. The most important lesson: a large nonprofit assembly should not operate like a rally. It should not operate like a worship service, and it should not operate like a political spectacle. The purpose is for a nonprofit General Assembly. The purpose is governance, accountability, fiduciary oversight, representation, and mission protection. Everything we do is supposed to be to protect the mission. Everything we do. Not to protect one man at the top of the organization. But that's everything that the council has been doing. That's everything that the pastor has been doing. The strongest assemblies balance democratic participation, orderly procedure, transparency, professionalism, and organizational stability. Our organization at this current time is not stable. Our organization at this current time is not stable at all. Now, I've just shown you all, this is just what one of our General Assemblies should look like. This is the business of a General Assembly, front and back. 3 days worth of business. Now, when you leave that General Assembly, you can leave knowing that you had business done. You can leave knowing that your conscience can be clear because you've actually taken care of the business at hand, the things that are necessary, the things that are needed, the things that required attention. You can leave resting assured that you have taken care of putting committees in charge of certain things, that you're taking care of the maintenance department, having the money to buy what they need to buy so that they can fix and repair what they need to fix and repair. You can leave knowing that the funds are not being tampered with, that they're not being misallocated or misappropriated. You can leave knowing that you have and absolute total accountability of every single thing from that meeting because you've covered it. You've covered it. So this compared to this agenda compared to this agenda with nothing really on it, again, puts us where? It puts us in a place where we don't have a choice but to fix this. With that in mind, everyone, I'm going to get ready to read the comments. When we get done at the end of this, I'm going to show you this 5 elements assessment. And we're going to talk about the 5 elements of a healthy nonprofit. And we're going to let you assess our organization so that you can see where we stand. And by the time, again, tomorrow's Friday, tomorrow I'm going to be going into Robert's Rules of Order, and we're going to talk about actual orders, motions, and how to move the floor. We're going to talk about what needs to be said to change certain things, when things are changed, how to change those things. So tomorrow's going to be pretty interesting. Might be a bit fun while we're learning this. And you'll also understand why it is that pretty much nobody can really do anything. Because in this meeting, there should be nothing but order. And we're going to show you also how to maintain order. And we're going to show you what to do, when to do it, how to do it. So again, it should be pretty interesting on tomorrow. At this time, let me go back to the comments. Okay, clarification. This organization has 2 entities. Peace Abide, you. Okay, this is where we left off. Baby Blue, Peace Abide, you asked the question, this is true in the real world. How's this going to change in the house of prayer, the religious part of this organization? We talked about that a little bit. It's going to change as the members become educated regarding what the governing bodies are supposed to do versus what we've been doing, right? So we will look at the delegates. We'll be looking at one sheet of paper where the organization has done nothing every single year, versus creating an agenda for the members of the General Assembly to actually get something done. And I keep saying this. I know people are, well, how, don't. We're going to get there. We're going to get there. But understand, the more that we educate our people, what is it that we say about education? Anybody? Anybody? Education and knowledge is power. So we're going to educate. And every one of us will see what happens afterwards. Baby Blue says, but the people that's going to the General Assembly, Brother Lewis, are not watching these videos. Just to let you know, that's actually not true. We have many people watching the videos, but again, we can't take the position to assume things if we don't see it. I know it's hard. And this is why I keep saying this. I know this is extremely difficult for the members of the organization who's been here dealing with this all this time. But again, for those who are still actively engaging inside, they're learning to ignore. They're learning to not worry. They're learning to not allow anything to bother them while they're still inside. We have individuals that are there. And believe me, uh, just because we don't see anything happening doesn't mean nothing is happening. So anybody that has any inclination pertaining to what people are not doing or what people are not saying or what people are not going to do and what people are not going to say, then immediately, as soon as you possibly can, remember these words. There's a lot going on that you all cannot see on this channel. There's a whole lot going on that you all cannot see on that. Matter of fact, let me put it like this. Right now, we don't see the general counsel watching the videos, but we know they're watching. You all don't know that because you can't see them. Right now, you don't see the bishop or Miss Madison watching these videos, but we know they're watching, even though y'all can't see them. But most of those who are watching the videos, we're inclined to believe, and we hold on to, well, they're planning, they're plotting, they're working right now, they're doing this, and they intend to, right? But what we're forgetting is that the delegates are also planning. The delegates are also plotting. We don't have a choice. We know that they're planning. We know that they're plotting. We know they're not going to sit back. The council and we know for a fact they're doing everything they can. But we have to also know that the delegates are also paying close attention because they know they're in a unique situation. So we have to, again, sit back, enjoy the flight. We may run into some turbulence, right? I was flying to California once I was invited to be a guest speaker. I was flying to California once, and for the first time ever, the plane is doing this, and I'm as if we're on the ground. I have never experienced turbulence before, and that continued for about a good 5 minutes. I prayed, stop this. I ain't liking this. All I'm thinking is the weight of the wings and all this bouncing, and the wings are connected at the fuselage. The tube is called a fuselage. I'm thinking a wing might break off. Stop this. 5 minutes later, and smooth from there. I didn't realize turbulence was caused by winds. My point is, there may be some turbulence along the way. It might look like, it might seem like, it might whatever. But the closer we get and the more thoughts that come, dismiss. Y'all remember that song? Oh, we've come this far by faith. Do, 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 do. Leaning on, fill in the blank. Trusting in his holy word. He never failed me yet. I'm crying, oh, 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 can't turn around if we let him. Everything else, nothing to worry about. The plane might not land when we want it to. Sometimes the plane is coming in for a landing. But every once in a while, the pilot's told, no, 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 can't land yet. And the plane go back up in the air. And it's got to circle around. And we like, oh, what's going on? That's what this ride is like. I thought we were coming in for a landing last year. And all of a sudden, the plane was directed, go back up. Got to circle around. Here we are again, coming in for a touchdown. We see the airport. We see the pilot has dropped the wheels. We're preparing by putting on our seat belts, right? You take that little table, you put it up on the seat. We're ready to land, but we don't know what's going to happen until the pilot gets that call that the roadway is clear for landing. We don't know that yet. So whatever happens, he never failed me yet, right? We got to remember. And that other one, I don't believe he brought me this far to leave me. All this time, we've gotten so much done. In the beginning, nobody ever thought that anybody was going to listen. In the beginning, nobody thought that anybody was going to watch the videos. Nobody thought that it would produce anything. It's not going to change anything. It's not going to affect anything. It's not going to impact anything. But now we're at a point where the entire organization is on pins and needles. We didn't get here because of our doing. Wholeheartedly, we know this is him. We know that this is him. So we're going to see what the landing is like. The people that's going to the General Assembly, Brother Lewis, are not watching the video. The delegates that are going are not watching your videos. They're not getting this teaching right. And this is what I was just talking about. But yeah, many of the delegates are watching so that everybody knows. And it is a legitimate concern what Baby Blue just said. It's a legitimate concern. Many, many, many people are wondering about what Baby Blue just said. So that's a legitimate concern. I just want to comfort everybody in knowing it's all good. It's fine. And many delegates are watching. Peace abide. LOL to Peanuts and enjoying the ride. Thank you. But that's how we should be comfortable, right? This is going to be, there's already been many testimonies. This is just going to be one more great, great, great testimony. And it's being done to his glory and his honor. Sabrina says, I got my popcorn. Peace of eyes laughing. Sabrina, our blood is in this. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And that's why, again, Baby Blue and others like Baby Blue and so many others with those concerns, right? They're very real concerns. They're very, very real, heartfelt, deep rooted and seated concerns. And they're legitimate concerns. We don't want to undervalue or neglect the fact that this is a very serious issue. It's a very sensitive issue. It's a very big issue. And people's lives have been vested in this organization for decades, for their entire life. And now we're at this point where we don't know what's going to happen. And we know that the leaders, they're up in arms about this, right? They don't like it, but eventually something was going to happen, right? Something had to happen. Um, so uh, Wally says, I'm loving it. Can I have another pack of peanuts, please? Again, thank you so much. We have to laugh at this in order to keep from crying because it is. I don't want to give the impression that it's not upsetting. It's very upsetting. It's so very upsetting. But laughter will allow us to not allow any anger to grab us and take hold of us and cause our blood pressure to rise and our stress levels to go haywire, right? By laughing, laughter is literally the best medicine because most people don't know why that's true. By laughing, you're exasperating air. You're pushing air out. You're pushing it out. And then what do you have to do? You have to breathe. Many people don't breathe correctly. This is why when it comes to monks, especially Tibetan monks or Shaolin monks, um, Kung Fu, and even different forms of martial arts, they teach breathing to breathe and take in oxygen. Tai Chi, and anyway, breathing to take in oxygen is what clears also the mind and it keeps one calm. So sometimes when you laugh, for those of you who have felt this, you can literally feel a tingling sensation as calm comes over your body. If you get to that point where you're stressing, take a deep breath, hold it for 5 seconds, and then slowly let it out. Do that 2 or 3 times. I guarantee you, you will calm instantly because our Father ordained the body to react to certain things. One of those things is an influx of oxygen coming into the blood. And what that blood does as it delivers oxygen throughout the body, it helps calm. And that's why it also, when it comes to meditation, puts people to sleep. But it's a calming effect to make light of this very serious situation. It helps people keep calm, even though it's upsetting. We don't want to do this with the information that we're giving. We're not trying to upset you. We're not trying to raise your stress levels, your blood levels, your heart rates. No, we want to make sure that we laugh to keep everybody calm, while also letting the opposing side know that our hope is that you wake up and come clean with him. There's souls that he wants, and he's trying his best to keep people all over the place divided, coming at each other, fighting, mad, angry. Oh, I can't wait. Let me get. If I, there's been times I have blacked out and did not know what I was doing, and people told me about it afterwards. Had it not been for his grace, I would have been locked up, prison, maybe 3 or 4 times, blacked out. And it takes a lot to get there. And when people, their eyes are open, they seem like they're responsive. And you have no idea that up here, that person has blacked out. They're not even present. They're not even there. They're not there. And just like that, this is some people plead temporary insanity in court because they've done things when some people call it snapping. People snap, right? Um, to avoid getting to this, just stay calm. Don't worry about it. He's got it. So just sit back and enjoy the ride. There might be some turbulence. That's okay. Don't be like me. Oh, just, don't be like me talking. Just enjoy the ride. Enjoy it. It's going to be all right. Be like our Savior was on a ship, being tossed and turned. He's enjoying it. He's rocking like a baby in the arms of his mom in the ship, sleep. Everybody thinking they're about to die. It's all good. Um, I know the UHOP members, uh, and no one is going to, as I've stated numerous times, take their Addy down. So that is why I don't understand, sir, why you believe that someone would do that. Brother Lewis, no one in that General Assembly is going to do it. Again, I understand. I really do understand. But we have to let him show up. He's got it. If we don't, this stuff, we can't let this stuff bother us up here and in here, right? That's what I'm saying. We got to breathe. We got to laugh. And then Marshall, again, meditation is practice into your nose, out through your mouth. Calm down. All of us, keep the stresses down and don't let it bother you, right? Black Diamonds, good evening, everyone. Question, is it possible to have, good evening, is it possible to have a spokesman represent the General Assembly to make sure that the meeting be structured and fair, even though we know that General Counsel? Well, this is going to come up in some of the later videos. I'm going to show you exactly, again, everything is going to happen right there in the General Assembly, right? What we're going to do is show the people exactly how to present what needs to be presented. To answer your question, yes, absolutely. Yes, it is possible to have someone represent to make sure that the people who are in positions conduct the meeting fairly and responsibly according to every single letter of the law. We've been doing this for a long time. And again, there's not an organization that is so bad that you cannot use law to fix. There's none. Believe that or not. The problem is whether or not the people there put the law to use. And this is scripture. This is scripture. The word is perfect. The law is pure. The Israelites had been given everything that they needed to have nothing but bliss and success. All they had to do was lay back and use the laws that was given to them. That's all they had to do. Where they went wrong is what we read in Hosea 4 and 6. My people perish for lack of knowledge. As long as you teach and educate, give the people the knowledge that they need and let them go and see what happens. Right? That's what we're going to observe in a few days. But yes, absolutely. Someone can be put into the position to make sure that there's order, there's fairness, and there's equality. That's exactly what Robert's Rules of Order is for. Baby Blue, the government itself is corrupted. It definitely will take an act of our Heavenly Father, but then why should our Heavenly Father do anything for the United House of Prayer Men when the members themselves? But why then should our Heavenly Father do anything for the House of Prayer members and the members themselves are not doing anything for themselves? I'm assuming that that's what that is. Um, and again, these are legitimate questions and legitimate concerns. Um, but now we get to see what's going to happen. Before, the people didn't have this knowledge. Um, and when I went through and talked about Robert's Rules of Orders last year, a lot of people were not watching. As the people that were watching spread and the numbers grew, by that time, the people who were in support of what we were going to do, again, we had people prepared to do certain things. But it didn't go that way, not because of whatever we think. It didn't go that way because he didn't want it to go that way yet. And now we see that there's a ton of things that's been uncovered since last year that we probably would have never found out about. So we keep in our minds Romans 8:28, all things work together. All things work together. Work together. All things for the good of them who love the Lord and who are called according to his purpose. For those who serve him, everybody in here are not walking before him. Everybody in here doesn't love him. But remember, whether there are two or three, right? So all of this is up to him. Whichever way this goes, this is up to him. It's all up to him. And we'll just see what it is that he says in the next few days. But yes, absolutely. That is another legitimate concern. Black Diamond says, we'll find some way of making the meeting another service of worshiping Addie. Yeah, they do that all the time. They turn meetings into services, and that's intentional. We're going to do what we can to stop it. Baby Blue, not complaining about the corruption. I'm just only being real, sir. I'm not against you. I'm for you, all the work that you have done, but the people in the House of Prayer are not standing. Again, there's many people in the House of Prayer that are. There's many, many people. Believe me, you all who was watching, there's many people all over the organization. I can't show you that. I can't tell you who they are because we can't reveal them. But just trust me, people are all over the place. And I know it's hard because y'all can't see it, but don't worry about it. People are all over the place. There's literally hundreds of individuals that are watching, that's logging in. And then one person logging in, there might be 10 people in that room because people are watching in groups. There may be 10 people, 15 people, 4 people, 8 people in different groups watching the videos. They're enjoying watching the videos and laughing and coming into this knowledge as they're learning stuff together. And this is going on all over. So we don't know how many people, but we do know I'm getting calls from all over. People are paying attention and they're listening. And even people, I can't say but so much, are very, very, very much aware of not only what we're doing, but are in agreement with what we're doing. But again, all of these are valid concerns. IMBW show. IMBW show. This popped into my feeds Are you going to be at the General Assembly this month and going to the meeting? Sorry if you answered this. I'm just now tuning into this broadcast. That's a very, very good question. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Um, every single thing in a situation like this depends. So we'll have to see. There's ways of doing everything, and there's many ways that you can do everything, right? We say there's more than one way to skin a cat. So yeah, but we'll see. But again, thank you for that question. And I have to say it that way. I have to say it that way because we know that people are watching. We know that the bishop is watching. We know the council is watching. And they're watching so that they can get any information from us so that they can kind of plan around that information. We know that's happening. So I'm intentionally saying some things. I'm intentionally not saying some things, right? But when it comes to the General Assembly, there's literally absolutely nothing whatsoever that can be done to skirt around fairness and equality. But the fact that y'all are watching this happen and unfold, the fact that y'all are seeing from last year, even to this year, that the general council is planning, that the bishop is traveling around and he's saying the things that he's saying. Everything they do screams guilty. That's what the members need to understand. Every single thing they're doing is telling everyone that they are guilty. Their actions and their behavior says it. So the members need to understand this. And as a result, this is why changes are being talked about, measures are being taken. We're going to add this rule, add that rule, we're going to talk about all that to let you all understand that that can't be done, that can't be done, that can't be done, that can be done. What do you do when this is done? Don't worry about it. You do X, Y, Z. When that's done, don't worry about it. You do X, Y, Z. When this is done, we're going to prepare you. Listen, let me just say this. If there's nothing that we can do to stop them, then I wouldn't be here wasting my time. The question is whether or not he is going to put an end to this through what we're doing. My trust is not in people. My trust is not in people. My trust is in him. When Noah was building the ark, he was given specific instructions to get your sons, have them help you. So now you got this great big old thing, and you tell your sons the instructions that was given to you by the Most High. So now your sons have to go out and collect pitch. They have to go and get tar. They have to go and get mud sacks. They have to go and get leaves, and they pound and they thicken and they do all of this and they pack around logs, shaved logs, in order to create a seal, and then it bakes in the sun to harden. Noah can't do all that work himself. Noah doesn't have a choice. He's got to rely on his sons. But even though he relied on his sons, here comes the day, all these animals are coming into this ark. And all of a sudden, they're told to get on the ark. They get on the ark. And they're waiting because no rain. And the evening time comes and there's no rain. And the nighttime comes, and you're hearing all these animals in the night. And now, what do you feel like? Because your wife is here, your sons are here, and your sons' wives are on here with you with all these animals, and there's no rain outside. You wake up in the morning after falling asleep in the middle of the night, only to find that it stinks, it's cramped, you're uncomfortable, maybe, but still no rain. And you stay and you start tending to the animals. Now you got to feed animals. You got to go around and you start to work on the ark, taking care of animals. You got to clean up after the animals, whatever the case may be, because animals are in there. They're not roaming around. They're in enclosed spaces. Remember, there's one window at the top of the ark. You have animals and they're defecating. You have feces, you have urine permeating the air. There's not a real air duct and vent system. And now the second day, no rain. You go to sleep. Noah is not raining. The third morning you wake up, still no rain. How are his sons looking at him? How are his daughters-in-law looking at him? What about his wife? No rain. Now they're on here with all these animals. Fourth day, they clean up after these animals. You know that they have to. Noah, no rain. 7 days later, rain starts to fall. You hear all this noise. And now Noah, they now believe. The Bible doesn't say that his family believed him. It says that his family obeyed him. It didn't say that they believed him. Everybody does not have to believe me. Everybody does not have to believe anything's going to happen. Everybody is not a requirement to believe. It was never required of Noah's family to believe him. It was never required. It was only a requirement for them to obey. He didn't talk to them, he talked to him. And the reason why the Most High talked to him is because the Most High knew that he believed him. Now the water's falling and it's coming up and rising. And now you hear creaks and it's creaking because wood is shifting. And this heavy, gigantic thing longer than a football field is just creaking and all these strange noises from the water rising on the outside. You have to know that there might have been a leak here or there coming inside. It's just wood and pitch. But Noah didn't put his trust in his sons that that thing was going to float because of their work. Noah put his trust in the Father, in the Most High, who told him to build this structure. And only you and your family is going to survive this flood. So no matter what happened, no matter if water did leak in through pitch that did not seal the water out, it doesn't matter that water got in. It doesn't matter that water came pouring, that there's a drip here, a drip there. It doesn't matter that a week went by after the ark now shifting and it's tilting because the water rising and it's tilting and shifting. And now, and they hear these strange noises. The thoughts of the sons and daughters and the wife had to be, Had to be. All kinds of fearful. They hear the screams of people outside. They hear noises around them. They had to be terrified. They had to be. But Noah's mind had to block all that out as he continued to trust in his word. His trust was not in the people around him. His trust was not in the work that his sons carried out. His trust and his faith was not in the pitch that had to seal water out. His trust was in the Most High. As the ark lifted and now it's floating, but that's just the beginning. It's got to continue floating. Not for one day. Water might have still been leaking in. Not for 1 week. They're on this thing for a year. At some point in time, I'm sure that Noah's sons, his daughter-in-laws, and his wife, I'm sure at some point in time their faith kicked in because they saw the trust that Noah had in him kept this floating vessel risen and not sinking under all that water. Every day, every night, all night. Wondering, when are we getting off? Over a year. But their faith was increased due to his faith. We have people now beginning to have faith in what's happening in the house of prayer because we've had people for all of their lives that said nothing was ever going to stop this thing. This organization has been here for over 100 years. There's people who have born, lived their entire lives, and died as members of this organization. Generations have come and gone, and this organization is still here. We have people saying things like, Daddy's never going to go nowhere. The house of prayer never going to die. Convocation's always going to be. G-class is always going to be here. Okay. It means nothing to me. The Israelites themselves were in Egypt, and many of them were born and lived and died slaves, thinking that nothing was going to take them out of Egypt. They were content. They were settled in their minds that they're going to be here in Goshen as slaves of Egypt. A man came walking in out of the wilderness with a stick in his hand, with his brother beside him. And they're going to walk into the palace of the most powerful man in the world at that time. And without an army, without any weapons, without anything at all, other than them two, Aaron leaning on Moses, Moses leaning on the word that was given to him from the Father. The Israelites looking, are you kidding? He telling them, let us go. That man not going to listen to him. We have not invested a dime to do anything to come against this organization, other than the money that my wife has spent to get me a few things, surprises that she has given me for what we've been doing. I think it's less than maybe $200 that she has spent as far as equipment goes. No money invested, nothing as far as a fight, but yet We are looking at the entire organization unraveling from its foundation. And the top of the organization is teetering. All from a 100% free social media account. People's faith is now turning, and they're beginning to have faith in him. And it's not just the members of the house of prayer. There's non-members all over the place now. They have faith because they're watching what's going on with this channel. People in the beginning didn't believe that nobody was going to watch an hour-long video. People were telling me I need to cut them down to 5 minutes, 15 minutes, maybe at best, maybe 20. We got people watching 4-hour-long videos of a man sitting on his couch just talking into a camera. This is him. This is him. So I say all of that to say that people, this is not about the people. This is not about us. This is one of those stories that if time continued for many, many years, like the Israelites in Egypt, this is one for the record. This right here, to do what we are doing, what you all are a part of, you all have a hand in what's taking place right now. There's people that were around when the Messiah came to the world. And many of those people that was there in that generation, their names were logged in history as we read them in the scripture, not knowing that their life at their very time, their existence would mean something bigger than they could ever understand, as they themselves would become witnesses to an event that would change the entire trajectory of the people on this entire planet. As the name of the only begotten Son of the Most High, his story would be told by a handful of men who themselves were not even aware of how they were going to be used to alter the course of history on this entire planet. People that were not even chosen as his disciples were named because they believed in him based on what was reported by those disciples. Barnabas was not called. Stephen was not called. Apollos was not called. Priscilla and Aquila. All of these individuals, even when it comes to a thief by the name of Barabbas, he had no idea that his life would serve a purpose where his name would be mentioned thousands of years later, centuries and millenniums later, because he happened to be the thief that was brought out to give the people a choice. Do you want him freed or do you want this one freed? Had no idea. We don't know how he is using us. My wife and I, we're just pleased to be available for his use in this capacity. And you all are part of this moment, in this era, in this generation, to show his glory, how with nothing more than a YouTube channel, he was able to do the equivalent of maybe the Israelites marching around a city for 7 days that was fortified with a wall that no army could penetrate. That's what he's doing. Where I've heard over and over and over, nobody can take the house of prayer. Nobody gonna this, nobody. We're not taking the house of prayer down at all. We're tearing down spiritual strongholds, and minds of people are being freed as they become slowly unindoctrinated after being held to false doctrines and false gospels. And it's only his doing. So this right here, yeah, sit back, enjoy the ride. Enjoy the ride. Um, mm, okay. Uh, just like a chessboard, who's for Addy and who's TCB? Who's for Addy and who's TCB? I got to come back to that one. Who's TCB? Let me know, Black Diamonds. What do you mean? Um, but baby blue, Brother Lewis, you keep saying the bishop, the bishop, the bishop. The United House of Prayer members do not see him as a bishop. They see him as their addy, and you don't seem to get it. No, I get it. I'm saying that the people don't seem to get it. The people are now understanding the bishop versus the CEO. I'm saying the people are not looking at Addy, Addy, Addy. I'm saying that many people around the organization no longer believe in Addy. What I'm saying is it's difficult for the viewers and the listeners to the channel for you all to understand that the people are not all on Addy like that anymore. When y'all hear recordings, you're only listening to the people that's there. And it sounds like, well, there's a lot. I'm telling you that even there, the walls are not full. I'm telling you that even there, the pews are not full. I'm telling you that even there, the people are not getting up to march in those marches anymore. Now, are there some people? Yeah, there's some. What I'm saying is it's not as many as it was. And I don't mean 5 or 10 people. I mean a noticeable difference where the houses are no longer packed with people like they used to be. My point is that, again, you're not going to see on that end what's going on around the organization. I'm hearing everybody who's watching, I'm hearing from all over. And what I'm telling you all, it's difficult. You're not going to feel it. You're not going to see it. And that's why I give the reports so that you all will know what's going on in the organization. But as I report, don't think that I'm making this stuff up. I'm not exaggerating things. I'm not blowing things up. I'm not saying, hey, y'all, we're winning. No, this is not a battle of winning or losing. This is just making people aware. So tomorrow, I'm going to be doing an interview with someone. And again, by even seeing the Reform and Governance Committee, you all now know that there's other people besides me who's helping, who's doing, who's acting, because more and more people don't like what's going on. They see what we're putting out. They believe the evidence right before them. So I'm saying, people, don't let these thoughts permeate our minds into believing that people are not paying attention, because they are. And remember, even in Gideon's day, he only used 300 to completely demolish an army that had tens of thousands. Okay? He's got this, and we don't worry about it. Baby Blue, families are torn apart from this, Brother Lewis. I'm one of them. I know. And that's why I keep saying, I know. I get it. I understand. And my heart goes out for all the families that have been torn apart, which is why we're doing what we're doing. Um, I can't not do what I'm doing because I understand. And that's why if other people understood as I understand, then we would have others just jumping in, that not caring about nobody seeing, hearing, whatever. They'd be jumping in. I understand. And this is why we're doing what we're doing. This is why we're compelled to do what we're doing. Okay. Um, well, families are torn apart from this, Brother Lewis. I'm one of them. A lot of people don't have that type of strength and courage to be ostracized from what they've been a part of all their lives. And even though that's true, we see the leaders ostracizing people anyway. We see the leaders make a mockery of people. We see the leaders embarrassing people. We see them insulting people. We see them humiliating people. We see them taking from people. We see them lying to people. We see them manipulating people. We see them deceiving people. We see them completely demolishing, and never is enough. Never. There's a recording right now, Mr. Cunningham, talking about no matter how bad the economy gets, we never, ever have problems in the house of prayer, still doing what we do. But he keeps saying we, because he needs the people to believe that we includes him. He's not talking about him, he's talking about them. Listen to what he's saying. No matter how bad the economy gets, we never have a problem with us doing what we do. He's blessing us to still keep going right along. It is to get the people to believe that no matter how bad it is outside, still give your money, still give your money. And the people are waking up. But as a result of families being torn apart, as a result of people being embarrassed and humiliated and called out in front of the open, that's all the more reason, and people are seeing it now, to fix this. People should never be in a position where you're going to some place and it's like you're getting humiliated when you go. Mm. Um, the lies of him and her. Better days are ahead. Keep the faith and remember our Heavenly Father is in full control. Everything will be all right. Peace and blessings to you all as we move forward. Change, hashtag change is here. Yeah. We already see it, right? There's many things in the organization that they're no longer doing. There's many things in the organization that's been put on pause. We're seeing it everywhere. We're seeing it all over the organization. Wiley says, Baby Blue, I'm just saying the slaves in Egypt for 400 years thought they would never, ever see freedom. Well, see, I didn't read these comments before, but same thing as I was saying earlier. This is for everyone, right? We're not aiming this at anyone. That they would never see freedom, but they did. Our ancestors were slaves, and I'm pretty sure they prayed and wondered if they were ever be free. But in time, they were free. We have been in this organization under these leaders for 100 years, and I believe now is the time for us to be free also. God's work. The writing is on the wall. My brother, just keep the faith and keep praying. But I understand. I have family members that won't speak to me either. Yeah, and it's real. Thank you for that, Wally. And this is what I was saying also to Baby Blue. I know that what you're saying is true. Wally, same thing. There's others that comment online from time to time. Yahusha is king. Um, um, all that, tip of my tongue. But many people are saying that they've had these experiences. We've been warned by scripture that this is what's going to happen, and we're seeing it. So, yeah, we're experiencing it, and it's here. Um, Black Diamonds, the General Assembly is supposed to take at least 1, 2 days. But the way you're explaining it, the meeting should be starting this Monday and ending on Friday. Yes. I mean, think about it. This great, big, gigantic organization, hundreds of people in attendance, and we're there with the CEO, we're there for a few minutes, at most, maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours. And that's if we have a whole bunch of amendments. But still, all those amendments that we saw in 22, that should have easily carried the agenda, the meeting, to 3 or 4 days, easily, if not longer. We know that there was no discussion, there was no debate. So the whole thing is faulty. And what I'm saying is using the law, it's an easy fix. It's an easy fix. So just sit tight, people. Just keep watching while we show you how to fix this. But yeah, absolutely, Black Diamonds. Um, Baby Blue, um, Sacred Constitution, Wally, totally agree with you, sir. But most of us on this channel are no longer current members. I know I'm not and never will be again. I definitely would love to see justice prevail. But indoctrinated members do not have this courage. I wouldn't want to put this on them. They didn't ask for this. Everybody cannot do this. Paul himself spoke about everybody. Paul himself spoke about everybody do not have courage, like the lion on the Wizard of Oz. He wanted courage. He was a lion. His roar didn't mean anything. It had no substance. There are people in the house of prayer who really wants justice to prevail, but they do not have the courage. Wally. I will keep praying for our Heavenly Father if it be His will that justice will prevail. But in the real world, the United House of Prayer members are not going to take their uh, daddy down, I'm sure. The viewers on this channel, we are not the ones going to the General Assembly. If I could be one of the delegates, I certainly would stand. I have proven that already when I stood and no longer is a part of this cult. I have nothing but respect for Brother Lewis. I know him on a personal level. I know his character and what he stands for. But it's going to take our Heavenly Father, if it be His will. And absolutely, this is what I'm saying. He is like a son to me, the work that he has put in to try to convince the people, but they are not listening, only a few people. And those who are listening, they're just listening. Let me go back to what Wally said. I agree with you, Baby Blue. I do believe we need to debunk the daddy entity with true facts. Then it would be easier to configure the business side. Believe me, I know it's tough for some of our family. Wally continues to say, I have the faith that our Heavenly Father work and His will is already in motion. We're watching and listening to it real time. Baby Blue, listening with no substance behind nothing, warning somebody else to save them. When you stand for what is right, you're going to be standing by yourself. Brother Lewis is just like the prophets in the Old Testament, Jeremiah, Zechariah, Moses, trying to tell the people, but they are not listening. Wally says facts on that, Baby Blue. I can't even get my people to watch one video. We start debating and then I agree to disagree. And let me intervene here. So there's two people saying that people are not listening. What I'm telling you all is that there's thousands of people all around the house of prayer. And there's thousands of people who are not attending. There's thousands who are not participating. There's thousands who are not contributing. There's thousands who no longer see the bishop as daddy. And 1, 2, 5, 10, 50 people sharing their heartfelt and very sincere thoughts, which are genuine and legitimate. What I'm saying is, it's not true. I can't say this enough. People are listening. I can't say this enough. Delegates are listening. It would best serve everybody who thinks that nobody's listening to sit back and just watch. Because once again, we cannot truthfully say that they're not listening. If you're on the watchers end, if you're on the end who's watching and listening, you cannot truthfully say nobody's listening. For those of you who have family members and you say that they're not listening, you can say that they're not listening, but you can't say that nobody's listening. Because the truth is, people are listening. People are responding. People are reacting. People are reaching out. People are telling others. People are getting tired. People are fed up. People didn't like the documents about Mr. Murray being the beneficial owner. People didn't like all these other things that's coming out. And the fact of the matter is, we don't need all the documents because people know that the leaders have been breaking the laws of the organization. They know that there's violations to our laws by them and the general counsel. People know this already. This is not new news. And people are coming out of their shyness. So the thing that I want to impart to everyone, any of these thoughts, dismiss it. Dismiss it. Because you're going to hear me keep saying it simply is not true. Period. It's not true. I'm hearing and talking to conversations almost all day. It's simply not true. Don't let these thoughts get you bent up. Put all of your, all of your thoughts on him. And remember, I'm going to keep saying this too. This General Assembly, if he doesn't want it to be fixed, he doesn't want it to be changed, guess what? It's not going to be fixed. We are not in the position to demand of him to fix this right now. That's not what we're doing. Noah went on the ark. It wasn't for Noah to tell him, no, it needs to be raining right now. I built this thing like you told me. It took me over 100 years and I don't see no water. I'm looking like an idiot up in here. My family around me, all these animals. 3 days later, come on, what? That's his time. His time. He knows what he's doing. We don't know. And we have to stay breathing. Stay calm while watching him do what he's going to do. And I can't say it any clearer than that. Everyone, just keep watching, keep applauding, keep paying attention. Don't say what you are going to do because we don't know what we're going to do. We don't know what tomorrow's going to bring. Don't say what we're not going to do because we don't know what we're not going to do. We don't know what tomorrow's going to bring. Just sit back, sit tight, and watch and see what happens. Baby Blue, to all the viewers on this channel, it hurts me, grieves me what the general counsel and the bishop is doing to Brother Lewis and have done to him. They're plotting and planning as we are on this channel tonight, listening to his videos. That's why I keep saying none of the delegates are going to stand. No, I cannot sit back and not be concerned. And now to learn after all these years that I've given sacrifices, and I too was once married to one of these councilmen, I cannot sit back and not worry, not be concerned. This is not a joke to me. Wally, like you and so many others on this channel who have given their life to the House of Prayer organization, and now to learn all of this corruption, yes, I am worried. Yes, I am concerned. I've been absent for 18 years, and I still now know the pain is still there. And I believe this pain will always be there. I love that United House of Prayer and the people. I love the people. Janine says, me too, baby blue. Exclamation marks. Um, if I have dampened you, if I have dampened you all's spirit on this channel, please forgive me because I already know what the outcome of this is going to be. Only our Heavenly Father will be the one to fix this if it is His will. I'm going to come back to 2 points here, but 1 second. This corruption is bigger than 100 million times bigger than a 501c3. Please, Father in heaven, and you only be God's Son, Jesus Christ, help us. Okay, let me go back. Okay, to the 2 points here. I've been absent for 18 years and I still now know the pain is still there, and I believe this pain will always be there. Let me address that. We will experience what we believe we're going to experience. There's many things we have not been taught. There's many things that we have not been taught. And many times we have not been taught what to say to ourselves, and we've not been taught what not to say to ourselves. It's not healthy for us to say things to ourselves that we don't want to happen. If there's any doubt or concern about anything, the best thing for us to do health-wise is to not think anything about it and just wait and observe it. If we can't control it, if we can't change it, if there's nothing we can do to alter it, the best thing we can do for our health's sake, for our health, our mental capacities, our mental health, and our physical health, the best thing we can do is nothing. Let it be. Don't dwell on it. Don't think about it. Don't even let it faze you. Easier said than done? Yes. We have to practice these things. A lot of people have practiced doing things for so long it became a habit. Now we have to untrain ourselves by catching it when we do it. So I have an associate. For many years, they just, the slightest little thing. And eventually I got them to understand you're doing this to yourself, to worry. And any little teeny tiny thing. I'm not saying that is this with you all. I'm using this as an example. The slightest thing. If somebody was 5 minutes late, worry. Oh, something must have happened. That's the worst thing we can do. The best practice is, as Scripture tells us, whatsoever things are lovely. 4th chapter Philippians, whatsoever things are true, whatsoever things are of good report, whatsoever things, these things, all these positive things, think on these things. If it's not lovely, not true, not pleasant, not all of these positive things, don't dismiss it. Dismiss it. Turn on something pleasant. If you can't, then turn on something in your environment. Put on a video, scripture, Psalms, or pleasant music. that's going to pull you out of that. Because if we believe something, those are the things that we are inviting into our lives. Okay, so I'm saying this so that we begin to break the habits that we ourselves have without knowing. Um, the other thing is, um, it says here, um, please forgive me because I already know what the outcome of this is going to be. I want to just make sure everybody understands none of us know what the outcome of this is going to be. Not any of us. Not one single one of us know what the outcome of this is going to be. No one of us. This is why, even now, today, none of us knew we were going to be here. None of us knew that we're going to be talking about this. None of us knew this at all, not one of us. But again, if we don't break ourselves of these habits, of these things that we are letting into our head, sometimes it comes from people, sometimes it comes from loved ones, sometimes it comes from the news on TV, newspaper, thoughts we're allowing into our head. Block them out, even if you have rebuke, even if you have to rebuke them. Block it out. Don't let these thoughts enter. If they enter, don't let them dwell. Right back to Philippians 4th chapter. When we worry, we're not trusting. When we're concerned to the extent that it's bothering us. And again, these are many things that we have not been taught. They're certainly not teaching this in the house of prayer. And most of us have been there all of our lives. We have not heard these lessons. So this is not adding anybody. It's not at anyone. I had to practice for years. It's not easy overcoming habits that we don't know that we've created. So because I look at certain things, I know how to recognize certain things, but I had to be trained. I had to condition myself. I had to catch myself. Oh, don't do that. You're doing it again. To create better habits. So when we do that, we are actually projecting things. And that's something that, again, we have not been taught about. And I want to remind everyone to not project anything that you don't want to happen. Only project the things that you do. If there's a thought that comes up of something that you don't want, just leave it there. Swipe up like we do on our cell phones. Swipe it up. Swipe it up. But again, these are all legitimate concerns, 100%. And it's not just the people on channel. I'm getting text messages. I get phone calls, some similar conversations, but there's others. That's the exact opposite. Man, I'm excited. I'm thrilled. Man, oh my gosh. Is this really gonna? Don't know, but we'll see. And no, I don't want anybody to think you have dampened anybody's spirit. You have not. No one making comments on here is going to dampen our spirit. No one. This is an open platform. Anybody can say, share, talk, release, let it out. Let it out. If the comments have not been made, I would not have been talking like this. I would not have been saying this. Somebody needs to hear what I'm saying. There might be 100 of you that need to hear this. It might be 1,000 that need to hear this. One person commenting it opens the door for those to hear what needs to be heard so that it helps them. So again, this is not at any one of you, and all of you making comments. It's a benefit to the channel so that we can use the platform in order to amplify what it is that you're saying to all the listeners who's going to be listening to this video over how long, how many weeks, months, years. There's people watching the videos that we started in January right now of last year. And they're hearing some of y'all's comments and some of your thoughts on those videos because you've commented back then. And though we moved on, somebody's reading those comments today and they're reading response to those comments today. So every one of you, your input is greatly appreciated. No matter what that input is, it is greatly appreciated. You are not bothering, affecting, worrying, angering, upsetting anybody, anybody. So we want to make sure that you continue to feel free to share your comments. Also, going back down to Wiley, all of this have worked for so many years because of the doctrine and the belief that we truly believe that God has sent these men to us, believing that puts blindfolds on our eyes for so many years. This is all true, all true. Baby Blue, Wiley, the good thing I can say is God has removed the blindfold, the blinders from my eyes. I'm truly in his word that is saving me and keeping me. Absolutely. And same thing for many of others, and not just in the house of prayer, but outside as well. Many people are coming into the knowledge that they should not be following people. They should be directing their attention above. Absolutely. Wiley, so good to hear, Baby Blue. But now it's time for us to pray and usher more to our Heavenly Father. There's nothing too hard for our Father to will. FYI, for your information, everyone stay encouraged and prayed up on May 21st. This day will be the start of a tsunami in the United House of Prayer. Get your business straight because time is winding up. God has this. Wait a minute. Wow. Oh, are you kidding me? Wally, confirm what you just read. Are you saying that Mr. Cunningham is putting on a tsunami the Thursday night, tsunami revival, the Thursday night before the General Assembly that Friday? Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying something else? Please confirm for me if that's what you're saying. I think that's what I just heard. If that's the case, I've been saying slick to put on. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait for your confirmation before I respond to that. Black Diamond's question: can the outside government regulations agencies be in the General Assembly? No, no. The outside acts like they are the police department for the government, right? And as I said the other night, the police department, they're not going to come to your house unless you call them. They're not even allowed to use their authority by law. They're not allowed to use their authority to just walk into your apartment unannounced. That's why you can stop them at the door and say, wait a minute, do you have a warrant to come inside my home? If you call them, changes everything. You call them to your house and you tell them that there's a problem in your house. You say that there's a problem. When they arrive, now they can come in, even if people inside the house don't want them in. But you called them to come in. So for the outside regulating agencies to come in, there has to be a process. So when the police come, you must call 911. They ask you what the emergency is before they dispatch the police, because now they have a paper trail. The police didn't just show up, they were requested. They take down names, they take down the phone number, they take down the time. All of that becomes evidence that the police were requested before they're sent. Outside regulating agencies, there has to be a procedure, a process must be followed. They have to be requested on paper. They can't just come, even if we call them and ask them to be at the General Assembly. Their authority rests inside of complaints. They can come through the form of complaints, but they cannot come through the form of an invitation to attend a meeting. Yeah, but they wait for the members in that meeting to do their job. And when they're called, now they come to support the members. They don't come to support the organization's leadership unless the leadership has a problem with corrupt members. Then they're going to, no. I'm thinking about police. Regulating agencies only come to make sure that the governance in an organization is doing what they're supposed to. If they come and find everything's fine, no problem. They just go back out the door. But when they come in, they're checking for all the stuff at the top. If there's stuff at the bottom, they don't care about that, because at the bottom, that's y'all. The one at the top, y'all the ones governing them. Go ahead, get them. We ain't bothering them. Their job is to look at the top. So that happens when the people have done their job and called them in. Baby Blue says, valid question, Black Diamond. And yes, it was. Very, very good question. Golden Boy, so trick them into skipping the business meetings in the day. Don't even schedule those. Just invite them out to party with us and pay us our money. But every single night, run me my money. Right. So what is Baby Golden Boy saying? You trick us into skipping over the business part so we can look forward to the Love March and the right. They want your mind on that. What they don't want your mind on is the business, which is why I'm putting your mind on the council. Because during convocation, the council not up there worrying about the and the council's down in the court handling business. And that's what the General Assembly is supposed to be doing. The General Assembly is supposed to be handling business. But the reason why they need to close that General Assembly in a matter of a few minutes is because they need the CEO, who's stuck in the General Assembly pretending to be in charge. They need him to leave so that he can be inside the service where the people are going to give the money. The bishop is stuck in the General Assembly as long as the General Assembly is still open, because he put himself there as presiding officer, even though he's not there. But the people have been tricked. Right? So, absolutely correct. To run him the money. Golden Boy, be large and grandiose so they have something to talk about in place of business meetings. Yeah, I'm catching up. Yes, absolutely. We're going to throw everybody come. We're going to have a time. Oh, I'm so excited about the night. All that stuff is to get you off the business, which is why I'm saying General Motors, y'all not going to go there and have no meeting, a once a year meeting, and be in and out of there. so that y'all can have a party, eating cupcakes and drinking Pepsi. Mm-mm. Um, Peace abide. We've come this far by faith, leaning on our Father in heaven. Let's hold on. Oh, the song that we were singing earlier. Yeah, yeah. Um, Everybody just sit tight and watch. Enjoy the flight. Enjoy the flight. Um, Brother Lewis, you are who you are, and I am who I am. This is not a laughing matter for me. My entire life has been affected by this. So if you're able to laugh, good for you, but I'm not able to laugh. But yes, I know you're not able to laugh, which is why I'm telling you and everybody else we should laugh. We should laugh. And if we think about it from a spiritual sense, we would laugh, but it's not being thought of from a spiritual sense because we're hurting. But our flesh is hurting. If we look at what's happening, then it will hurt more because we see all these other people are hurting, and more people are going to hurt, 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 and more people are going to continue hurting and keep hurting and continue hurting and keep hurting if nothing is done. So by laughing, we turn this whole thing around. We're no longer looking at what they're doing to us. We look at what the Father is doing to the organization as well as to us. Many people would say it's crazy for me to tell the members to laugh. Don't let it bother you. Many members would say that's crazy. But my question is, why did the disciples laugh when they were beat and cast into prison? They laughed because they understood something bigger was happening. They laughed because they understood that what they were going through had nothing to do with their personal emotions and feelings in the moment. What they were going through had something to do with something that was much bigger. They laughed when they remembered what they had been taught. Y'all are going to be persecuted for my sake. Somebody, somewhere, has to go through some things for his will to be done. But for those persons who go through some things for his will to be done, then as long as they keep their eyes on him, and this too is what we have to practice doing. I had to practice. I keep my eyes on him. If I allow what people do to me while I'm turning the other cheek, this is all a part of what he taught. Turn the other cheek. While I'm turning the other cheek, being called a clown on a couch. I was referred to as Satan. Right? This is the bishop of the house of prayer telling all the members of the house of prayer that he's likening me to Satan. If I allow those things to bother me, then yeah, I would be mad, I'd be angry, I would be all these other things, but it doesn't faze me because I'm not thinking about it. I'm thinking about what he's doing. And what he's doing is bigger than what he's doing. And what he wants is for me to pay attention to the name calling. He wants me to pay attention to the attempts that they want to hurt people. their image, their reputation. But none of that matters. And we have to continue doing exactly what it is that we've been doing, and look at the disciples as well. To laugh because he thinks he's winning if we get concerned about what he's doing. But when the disciples laughed, he got angry because he knew that what he was doing could not affect the disciples anymore. Their trust was in him. And now they're putting everything in him. Mr. Commodore put all his eggs in this basket. The hope is that he'll take them out, because that basket is not going to fly. It's not going to fly. So we can't let this, it's painful. I have to keep saying that. However, there's another way to deal with that pain. The way to deal with it is not to look at the pain, but to look at him. And we have to keep reminding people of that. But that's to be expected, because throughout the organization, we have not heard those messages. In life, people are going to do all kinds of stuff to us. But the disciples themselves were taught, our Savior said, turn the other cheek. It's the hardest thing in the world to turn the other cheek. And do nothing is the hardest thing. But laugh, because he's already got it. This battle's been won. The devil keep trying to, that's why I laughed a little earlier when I heard about the tsunami revival being put on Thursday night, the night before the General Assembly. It's nothing but a ploy. But I laugh because he's not going to win. He's trying. He's trying. And I don't know, I'm waiting for confirmation, but he's trying. He's not going to win. So with that said, what I don't like from anyone to tell me how I should feel, that's exactly what has been happening in the United House of Prayer. People constantly telling you how you should feel. I'm going to say good night to you all. Hope that you all have a blessed and good night. And I appreciate that. Absolutely. However, I'm encouraging everyone as well, Baby Blue, to not allow what's happening to cause you to feel anything other than what he has told us in his word to feel. If we don't pay attention to the word, then all this stuff that the wicked one is doing through these people is going to affect us negatively. It's going to make us angry. It's going to make us upset. It's going to make us scared. It's going to make us afraid. It's going to make us worry. It's going to make us anxious. It's going to make us stressful. To not pay attention to what he's doing. Many people hurt all over the place. And yeah, we can get angry about it. But what is that anger going to do? Many people are hurting all over the place, being caused to be hurt by our leaders. Being mad about it, what is it going to do? If we worry about it, what is that going to do? If we're afraid that this is going to happen, or that's not going to happen, or they're going to do this, or they're not, what is all those things? What are they going to do to help this situation? Nothing. Nothing. We've tried worrying. We've tried fear. We've tried anger. We've tried upset. We've tried fighting. Many people are fighting. We've tried to come back and retort. None of it works. The only thing that will work in any of these situations like this, but I trust in him. But I trust in our Savior and the Most High, our Heavenly Father. That's the only thing that'll work. And while all this stuff is happening around us, It won't phase us. And this is practice for what's coming. Because the stuff going on in the house of prayer is nothing compared to the calamities that the scripture tells us is coming in the world. And if we don't know, if we have not learned, if we have not practiced, if we have not utilized the concept of putting our trust in Him whenever things around us happen, then it's going to be harder at the time that calamity comes. If we learn now, if we practice now, if we utilize that concept now, starting today and yesterday, it'll be easier for us to lean on Him when these calamities come. So, with that in mind, I just encourage everyone to not look at what's going on with all this stuff in the organization. If it hurts, harms, if you find it difficult to not let it bother you, then it may be best to not pay attention to this stuff. Don't worry about this stuff. Don't look at these things. Don't listen to these things. It may be best to not watch the videos if these things are going to upset, worry, stress you out. Pray on it and let Him handle it and sit back. I can only encourage everyone. The things I've said already is nothing compared to other things we have not even told you all. Nothing. Well, no, I can't say that. There's other things that I have not shared with you all. And it will be just as upsetting, if not more so. So all we can tell you is to continue trusting in our Father. Wally, where there's two or three, Jillian, old man, drop the mic. Good night. Absolutely. Janine says, I'm going to speak on those things that's not as though it was. The house of prayer is going to get right for such a time as this. In Jesus' name, amen. Yeah, and this is what we're saying. To let Him have it, swipe up. Like Miss Seeley, this side be over soon. Heaven lasts always, right? This will be over. And everything that we're doing will have been worth it. But it had to happen at some point in time. This is why I asked the last time, what if we weren't doing any of this? What if none of us was a part of this? What if we never started this? It would be worse. It would be way, way worse. So this is such a beautiful thing that He is allowing. And it is impacting and shaping and affecting people like nothing before. Because people are letting go of indoctrinations, not just in the house of prayer. I keep saying that, in other places as well. So there's more to this than we realize. There's more to this than we see. And I know that many of your comments are, again, legitimate. I know that people are not being disagreeable. I know that you all are not arguing. I know that you all are not anything in any way, shape, or form coming at anyone in the channel or coming to share things in order to do. I know that that's not what you're doing, which is why, again, I keep encouraging everyone to continue making your comments. Share with us, so that we can continue encouraging. TCBO. I should have known that. Thank you, Black Diamonds, taking care of business. I should have known that. Wow. Thank you. Jay Banga, listen, he getting money for doing nothing. If he was actually healing people, you know how much money he gonna charge for for nothing whatsoever. He's getting paid, is what Jay Bang is saying. Can you imagine how much he would charge if he were healing? If he's telling you to give him $2,000 whenever he comes, and he's doing nothing, well, would that $2,000 jump up to $5,000 if he's healing? Is what he's saying, or they're saying. But absolutely awesome point, and it's quite true. Unfortunately, I can only believe it. It's true because everything is, especially when we look at last Sunday, and it was stated you can say Happy Mother's Day, Daddy. Anyway, but yes, Wally, no, sir, I'm not saying he is putting on a tsunami. Okay. I was about to say that this is just too. uh, I I would not be surprised if that's what he did, though, because that sounds like something that he would do. Um, but I'm saying he will be a part of the start of the tsunami, right? Right. Um, and it's feeling like we very well may be surprised. Um, at the General Assembly. We'll see. Sabrina says, and thank you, Wally, for clearing that up. Sabrina says, I can't cry any longer. I have to laugh to keep from crying. Yeah, and the laughter helps. It helps. It helps. It truly does. Um, it would also allow to let go of so many things that's causing the tears if we laugh. Um, Guy with a camera. Tell the truth and shame the devil. Yeah. All we got to do is ignore him, keep our eyes on him. That's all we got to do. And sit back and watch what he does. Jesus is it. Hello, everyone. Hello, sir. We were just getting ready to close out. Or uh, and y'all forgive me if I'm calling sir or ma'am, just sometimes assuming, sometimes. But thank you all very much for hanging out. I wanted to simply go over the agenda to show you the difference between a real meeting agenda and what we've been having in the house of prayer. So, anyway, um, we'll say enjoy the rest of your evening. Have a wonderful, wonderful night. And with that said, we hope that we have been able to encourage you. We hope that you've learned quite a bit tonight. And when we come back tomorrow, again, we're going to go through some of those things pertaining to the rules of order. And we'll get just a little bit more done as we continue preparing for next week. Until that time, have a wonderful, wonderful night. We hope and we pray that all of you wake up fresh, rejuvenated tomorrow. If it's our Father's will to get started with another beautiful day and clothed in our right mind, as well as the use and activity of our limbs, as we prepare to be whatever He would like us to be, to do those things that He would like us to do. Enjoy your night, and we will see you in the next video. Take care, everyone.